Good morning. I will ask our hearing team to please elevate the court reporter.
Hello
Good
there, can
morning.
you hear me?
Yes, good morning. I was expecting there's just one of you today. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Yes, I am ready to go on the record.
Great. Thank you very much. Then I will get started with introductions. Uh, Good morning. It's October 15th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today, and she will be handling screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. So our witnesses are welcome to ask Ms. Mullen to advance slides when they're ready, and cross-examiners may ask her to bring up particular exhibits. We will follow our normal schedule. We will take breaks today, and we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. A couple things. I think where we left off, we were able to get through EID and PCWA's witnesses yesterday, and I believe the first order of business this morning is to return to Dr. Buckley, if I understand correctly, and then we will be moving to DTEC's witnesses. A couple of items I wanted to mention before we get started, and then I'll look to the room to see if there are other procedural issues. One, we had an excellent half day out in the field yesterday, and we will have another very full day tomorrow. We did have a question from our videographer as to whether it would be possible for them to follow in their own vehicle or whether we want them on the bus. And so I wanted to, you don't have to have necessarily an answer to me during the hearing, but if it would be possible, if those working with Ms. Fata, who's done an excellent job of coordinating, it seems, whether there's going to be speakers on the bus, so we would need the team on the bus itself, or if there are safety concerns that they follow in their own vehicle. But my understanding is that it's easier for them with the equipment to follow in their own vehicle. So if you could shoot an email to the AHO or and include the videographer, or we can communicate with the videographer in the background today, that would be appreciated. Let's see. We are sending updated links. It sounds like we just received an email with respect to the links to some of the witnesses for today. So we are sending links to those updated email addresses right now, I think in the background. So please let me know if that doesn't work, but they should be coming through shortly. And then the other just little logistical issue I wanted to mention is we are in receipt of DWR's modeling files that were produced recently with and shared via a download link. We are working on downloading those and making them available on the FTP site. I believe the service list was included on the download link, so all of you have it. But we will do our best to see if we can get those files available on the FTP site. They are quite large, so we're having some technical challenges. And if we're not able to eventually get them up, I'll let you know. It may be that we just won't be able to have them available there. But if all of you have the link, then you would, I mean, they would be in the record for this proceeding, but it just may not be possible to have them on the FTP site. So we're working on that. So those were my small housekeeping items. I see Ms. Proofer has a hand up, and then also Ms. Morris. So if we can please elevate Ms. Proofer. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie Proofer for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition Parties. We wanted to provide a couple of announcements for the site visit tomorrow. First, wanted to remind attendees to bring a water bottle, a bagged lunch, a jacket, comfortable walking shoes, sunscreen, and then a hat and sunglasses as needed. The site visit will begin at 1234 West Oak Street in Stockton at 8 a.m. Parking will be available at the lot behind the address provided. There is no time limit or fee for neighborhood parking if there's overflow in that lot. And the building at that location will be open for attendees to use the restroom prior to boarding the bus. Bus boarding will begin promptly at 8 a.m. in front of the building. Second, we wanted to note that this morning we submitted changes to the AHO and DWR regarding slight changes in the route due to Delta road conditions. Please let us know over email if there are any issues with that change. We sent those minor route changes in an updated Google map. We shared those with the AHO and with DWR. And we will also be providing an updated itinerary as a handout at the beginning of the tour. We will also email these to tour participants ahead of time. And lastly, to accommodate for the roads on the latter half of the site visit, the bus company has required that we change from a charter bus to a school-style bus for the entire day. So while this bus will not be equipped with a restroom, we will be relying on available facilities along the route, and we guarantee that there will be restroom stops along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Proofer. I really appreciate that, and thank you. And I'm sure we'd all rather be on a charter bus, but we'd also rather not get stuck. So safety first. So thank you for that. And I'll look to the team. Can we please elevate Tara Bear as well? And Ms. Morris, good morning. Did you want to jump in at this point?
Yes, I have one thing on the site tour, and then I have a couple things on the modeling letter. So I can maybe pause to see if there's other on the site tour. But the first question for this site tour is, if the camera crew and audio crew are not on the bus, my understanding based on what was provided to us late Monday is that there's supposed to be visual notes, people pointing things out on the bus. So that would not then be, how would that be recorded if that's the case?
That in that case, we will need them on the bus. That's what yesterday it was not that we didn't have that experience. So that's why I was just making the distinction. And the videographer asked, and I said I would follow up with that. But yes, if there's going to be any kind of pointing out of items of interest, we would want the videographer and the audio engineer, I think that's the right term, on the bus with us. And that's fine. They can do that. So Ms. Proofer, please.
I think we will want the videographer on the bus. We
Great.
can confirm it for email. That is the intention. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you very much. And Ms. Baer, did you want to make an appearance this morning and chime in?
Yes, hello, good morning, Officer Kenzie, Tara Bear for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition Parties. I have two quick procedural issues to raise. First, the DTEC team is wondering if counsel for DWR and the state water contractors could share cross-examination time estimates for each of DTEC's witnesses today.
Yes, that seems fair. Ms. Morris, do you have that information handy? Or I can turn back to this if you don't.
Is it going to be a panel? Is it going to be a panel, or it wasn't? I'm sorry, it wasn't clear to me. Is it a panel, or do you want it by individuals?
Yes, it's going to be a panel, but if you have individual witness time estimates, that would also be helpful.
My best guess in terms of, based on length of answers for the entire panel is an hour and a half for all of the witnesses.
Okay.
Thank you. And we might as well, I see Mr. Krieger is here. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. We do not expect to have cross for DTEC witnesses today.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. We also want to raise that we believe our party grouping will need more time than we have left, particularly given the addition of the 3 new witnesses that DTEC and DWR have agreed to add to the schedule on October 28th. Is there a specific protocol for requesting more time, or should we confer with other co-protestants to see if another party grouping would donate some of their time to us?
I think the procedure here that would be best would be to submit an email to the service list with an amount of time requested, and then I can consider it and rule on it at an appropriate time when we meet.
Great. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you. And is there anything else on the site visit before I return to Ms. Morris on other items? Excellent, thank you. So Ms. Morris, I understand about modeling.
Okay, great. We received your letter October 10th, and DWR has pretty serious concerns about the letter requesting at least, just for question 1, is up to 14 separate model runs. And we plan to respond in writing, hopefully by the end of the week. It may be into Monday because of not being available over the next couple of days. So we will respond to that in writing. However, there are a few items that we need sort of some feedback on in order to even be able to proceed. The first one is relating to modeling request 1. And the question is the intent to include the unimpaired flow increments to determine DCP bypass flow all year round or in certain months?
I think the answer is going to be I should probably consult with the technical team on this. My understanding was all year round, but let me consult with the team and make sure I am understanding correctly.
Okay. And then also in regards to request 1, in order to be able to complete this modeling, there needs to be a technical discussion between DWR modelers and the State Water Resource Control Board modelers. In order to conduct the modeling that has been requested, information for the unimpaired flow needs to be extracted from the SAC-WAM model in a time series of sorts to develop inputs for the CalSIM model. Specifically, the modeling, specifically multiple time series from the SAC-WAM would be necessary in order to complete this modeling. So in addition to that, it seems like there is a mismatch. So it's our understanding that like CalSIM, SAC-WAM time ranges have been extended to 2021. And in order, again, our modelers believe in order to run this requested information, we would need those time series. And it seems the easiest way to facilitate that is a discussion between the modelers so that information can be shared.
That makes sense, and I anticipated that was a possibility that there might need to be a technical discussion. I think the way we would do that is bring folks in on a hearing day, of course, and it would be on the record and open, and there can be a back and forth about how to accomplish the objectives here. Let me return. I don't want to get ahead of you because I think you're going to respond in writing, and I want to see that first. That makes sense. So once we have your written response, and I can consult with the team, and then as appropriate, we can set up, reserve some hearing time to have this discussion directly between those who understand these models, which is not me.
And not me.
Thank you. So I think the action plan right now is I will await your written response.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we can elevate Mr. Moore, please. And also elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning. I hope I can be both seen and heard this time.
Yes.
Fantastic. Very briefly, regarding the request, understandable request Ms. Morris just made to submit something in writing to you. We haven't seen it, obviously, but I would anticipate it's at least likely that one or more of the protestants might have something to say about whatever is submitted. So I hope the process would include some opportunity for the protestants to weigh in on that should the letter warrant such a response.
Yes, indeed. I think if the letter warrants any change in the request, then the outstanding request for information in the form of model runs, then will certainly allow the protestants a chance to respond before a decision is made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, Ms. Carroll, I saw a hand, but you may just have been joining us for our next steps here. Good morning.
Good morning. That's correct. Ann Carroll for DWR. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has outstanding procedural issues that we should address this morning before we return to Dr. Buckley, I believe? If we can elevate Ms. Tabor. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Kelly Tabor on behalf of the Sacramento Area Sewer District. It would be helpful, we would appreciate if DWR could provide an estimate of its cross-examination time for the SAC sewer witnesses on Monday. We have quite a few, and we would like to be able to advise the ones who are appearing later in the order what time they might expect to be up to present their testimony.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, do you have estimates for Monday?
We don't currently have estimates, but we can email them by the end of the week if that works.
That would
Great.
be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I believe we need to return to Dr. Buckley. I'll look to the hearing team. Dr. Buckley, if you can hear me, if you would please raise your hand, that helps the hearing team find you in our list here. Good morning, Dr. Buckley.
Good morning.
And we have Mr. Moore, and then I frankly don't recall if we need Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. Which of you had questions? Ms. Carroll was in the middle of her questions, or not in the middle. I think we're nearing the end of your questions for Dr. Buckley, and I think we can go ahead and return to that.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Buckley. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Thank you for coming back.
So,
So trying to pick up where we left off, Dr. Buckley, are you an expert in public finance?
I would say that I do a fair amount of financial analysis. I would not, there's a fine line there probably in terms of what you would describe as an expert. But in terms of the key principles, I feel quite competent, and we certainly do, and I do conduct public finance analyses quite frequently. That said, I have not served in a public agency as a financial analyst.
Okay. Are you an expert on bond issuance?
I am not certified to issue bonds, and this is a reason that we tried to rely on information available from the state in terms of representative bond costs. But we also recognize that the actual financing costs would depend on the full bond issuance process involving market conditions and the like. So again, I would say I understand the process and I use the information, I inform the process, but I do not engage in bond issuance activities directly.
But you do advise on bond issuances, correct?
I have served in my capacity providing economic and financial analysis to public entities in a sense of estimating costs associated with bonding. For example, we did some work recently for San Diego County looking at some large capital investments and giving rough estimates of what the overall financing cost would be. And but we certainly rely on experts in the calculation and issuance of bonding for any full calculation. And so I would not say that our estimate is comparable to a full bonding issuance process, but is rather a representative order of magnitude calculation.
And Dr. Buckley, do you have any experience regarding the authority of DWR to issue bonds?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand. I certainly haven't worked for DWR in bond issuance. I'm only referring to, and our team referred to, publicly available information in terms of DWR bonding process, and recognize we were relying on information from a past effort, not anything specific to the DCP.
Okay, and then Dr. Buckley, let me know if you would like your testimony pulled up, but on page 7, line 27 through page 8, line 1, you suggest an omission of alternatives compared to the Delta Conveyance project, such as conservation, reuse, stormwater, and capture. Is that correct?
Let me just make sure I'm looking at the exact same thing you are. Are you talking about CWIN 018E? Or are you talking about the other one, CWIN 004?
I believe it's C1004. Ms.
Okay.
Mullen, would you mind pulling that up for us, please? Thank you. And that's page 7, line 27. And it breaks over to the, yes, thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, I see this line.
Okay. Did you do any analysis to see if any of those options would provide the same yield as the DCP?
We did not personally, but I know that we referenced other analyses by other experts that identified volumes of water that were greater than the identified volumes that DCP is expected to deliver.
And did you submit that expert opinion as part of your exhibits?
We did reference some of these other analyses. This is, let me look at this in the technical report. I know to some extent this was one of the issues with the earlier corrections in terms of testimony that was submitted simultaneously to ours, to mine. Let's see if I could find that directly. Yes, I referenced Heather Cooley's testimony, FOR 006, which identifies estimates of volumes of water available from conservation, wastewater reuse, stormwater capture, and possibly others at volumes, annual volumes greater than the DCP delivery estimates.
Okay, thank you. And did you do an analysis to see if any of the options would affect water supply reliability or be the same as the DCP?
We did not do those analyses ourselves. We provided reference to other experts with more familiarity and expertise in that area.
And would I be able to find that in your technical report?
Generally, yes, we cite a number of studies, but they generally involve Heather Cooley as an author or expert.
Thank you. And did you do any analysis to show that those options, other options you mentioned, would meet the DCP goals and objectives?
We did not do a comprehensive analysis, and rather I should note that we aren't offering a specific alternative strategy, but rather suggesting that those other approaches should receive that level of consideration and analysis.
And Dr. Buckley, in order to rely on reuse projects, don't you have to have a source of water to create recycled water?
Yes, you do.
And have you ever participated in a through Delta water transfer?
Objection vague as to through Delta.
Ms. Carroll, do you mean utilizing, if you can clarify whether you mean utilizing the SWP and CVP infrastructure or one or the other or both?
Also, visitors who participated, perhaps she could clarify that as well.
Thank you.
Well, as to participated, had any role in a process where water is moved through the delta from north to south?
I have not been a party to a through Delta transaction personally.
And do you have any experience with water transfers in the state of California?
I have certainly had several projects that involved evaluation of water transfer scenarios. I have not been involved in a water transfer myself, but it's certainly an issue that comes up in our economic analysis of water projects quite frequently.
In those projects, were those transfers for water supply?
You know, water supply is always an element of water management in California, so I would say so. I'd have to think through and go back through my CV for specific examples.
But it
Certainly-
wasn't, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I know there are many dimensions to that in terms of water rights and conservation implications. I have also been involved in some litigation-related matters where I know there are some confidentiality issues I probably have to consider before I can fully answer.
Understood. But the main purpose of those projects weren't for water supply, is my understanding, correct?
There are some litigation matters that involve water rights and water supply, which, depending how you interpret that language, might satisfy the question you're asking. But it's true that I don't myself administer water transactions.
Okay. And Dr. Buckley, do you know how many acres of farmland are in the Delta?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the precise acreage.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could go to page 12, paragraph 22, please. And I believe it's line 4. Dr. Buckley, where did you obtain the 4,400 acres of farmland you cite here?
If you look at my technical report under critique 7, farmland lost, we identify the estimates of 2,001 on page 25 of the technical report of CWIN 018E. We identify 2,154 acres of permanent conversion of farmland in the Delta and 2,340 acres of temporary conversion in the Delta. So it's a rough sum of those two numbers.
Okay, and where did you obtain those two numbers in the technical report?
I believe I would have to follow it carefully, but I believe those are from the benefit cost analysis by DWR.
And Dr. Buckley, are you a fisheries biologist?
I'm not.
Section asked and answered.
I think we have the answer, so thank you.
Thanks. Is it fair to say in your critique of the Delta Conveyance project that you were relying on the testimony of Jonathan Rosenfeld?
I was, yes.
And are you familiar with the California Endangered Species Act?
Very
objection to the extent that it may be asking for a legal opinion.
Noted, just within your expertise, Dr. Buckley. Thank you.
Yes, I'm generally aware of it, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued an incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project?
I am generally aware of that, yes.
And is it your testimony that the mitigation measures that are required in that incidental take permit will not be enforced by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife?
This is where I fully refer to Dr. John Rosenfield's expertise.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. That's all of my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to confirm, does anyone else have questions for Dr. Buckley? Mr. Krieger.
Good morning. I do have a few questions for Dr. Buckley.
Please.
Good morning, Dr. Buckley. My name is Miles Krieger, and I'm counsel for the State Water Contractors. It's nice to meet you.
You too. Thank you.
So my limited questions pertain to your testimony and technical report related to your discussion of the Zone 7 Water Agency, which I'll refer to as Zone 7. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Your technical report, which is marked as CWIN 018E, relies on the 2022 water supply evaluation from Zone 7. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
You want to pull it up to reference that?
I'm just looking, I'm looking at our technical report to make sure I'm looking at the correct references.
In fact, Ms. Mullen, we can go ahead and pull up CWIN 018E. If you'd scroll to PDF page 13, Exhibit 2, I think that'll be helpful.
And I'm sorry, again, your question was?
Yeah, the question was simply that your technical report relies on the 2022 water supply evaluation from Zone 7, from which this graph was taken. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in preparing your testimony and technical report, did you personally review what I'll call the WSE, the water supply evaluation?
Is that what you're referring to as the 2023 document, CWIN 011?
Yes.
Yes. I did add a relatively high level regarding the dimensions of supply and demand relevant to our work.
Okay. So you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Okay. Did any one of your staff provide you an analysis of that report?
In what sense would you mean?
Put it this way, the analysis that you provide in your technical report, was that your analysis based on your review of the WSE, or was that analysis provided to you by, say, one of your staff members?
I certainly was working with my staff on this issue. So yes, there was staff support as part of the process.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And it's fair to say that your technical report relies on the WSE. Is that right?
We do reference it, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you a few questions about this graph. Do you see the point associated with DCP only in gray, sort of on the left-hand side, leftmost dot?
I do, yes.
Okay, and I'll call that the DCP only point. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Do you see the point at $0 and zero shortage reduction at the X and Y axes respectively, indicating baseline?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the X-axis is labeled shortage reduction at 99% chance of shortage in 2045 and 1,000 acre feet?
Yes.
Right. The DCP only point on the graph shows a shortage reduction relative to baseline, correct?
Yes.
And that shortage reduction associated with the DCP only point occurs without reservoir expansion, right?
I believe so. That would be my understanding.
Okay. And it also occurs without potable reuse?
I would assume so, yes.
And without the site's reservoir project also?
Yes, given that those are other elements, yes.
Okay, and it also occurs without desalination, right?
Yes.
Do you understand the abbreviation LVE in this figure to stand for the Los Vaqueros expansion?
That sounds correct. I haven't looked at this particular item in a while, but
Okay,
I
but
have no reason to assume that's incorrect. I can pull up the C111 to be sure.
if you want, but for our purposes of our discussion, I mean, I'll represent to you. LVE does stand for the Los Vaqueros expansion. So if you're okay
Yes.
with that representation.
That looks right to me, and it
Okay.
sounds correct. Yes.
Okay, great. Are you aware of whether the Los Vaqueros expansion project is moving forward?
I'm not. I can't recall.
Would it surprise you if it were not moving forward?
No, it would not surprise me.
Would it change your opinion if it's true that it were not moving forward?
Well, not the core implication that we take from this analysis that other complementary investments are necessary for the DCP to provide an efficient level of value to Zone 7. So I don't think that would affect the opinion.
Okay, so the analysis is not necessarily specific to the Los Vaqueros expansion itself and is more conceptually related to reservoir expansion generally.
And complementary storage by sort of any of these or other potential strategies.
Okay. Are you aware of any proposed potable reuse projects in which Zone 7 is participating?
I can't recall off the top of my head if I saw that in any of the material. So I don't recall whether that's already something that's underway.
Are you aware of any potable reuse projects being proposed for the Tri-Valley area or generally?
I don't think I'm familiar with any specifically.
Are you aware of any desalination projects in which Zone 7 is participating?
I would have to say I'm not current on the status of their alternative source strategies.
Okay, so are you aware of any?
I'm going to invoke the standing objection as to any legal aspects of the multiple questions that Mr. Krieger has posed here. The relevance is also unclear. I'm not sure that he has laid a foundation for why or why not it would be pertinent to the specific testimony that is referenced by Mr. Buckley and his colleagues in the Eco Northwest Report 18AE.
I'm going to overrule the relevance objection, and then the standing objection with respect to legal opinion is noted. So you may continue, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you. Dr. Buckley, my last question was, are you aware of any desalination projects being proposed for the Tri-Valley area?
I am aware that this 2023 report does reference proposed desalination projects, but I'm not directly familiar with those projects or their current status.
Okay, thank you. Going to your report C1018E on PDF page 9, Ms. Mullen. One moment. I'm sorry, PDF page 12, I apologize. You see that big paragraph there wherein you reference Zone 7?
Yes.
Okay. You refer to, quote, very high future water demand scenarios. And similarly, and we can pull up your testimony if you want a refresher, but in paragraph 13 of your testimony, you refer to, quote, extreme future demand scenarios. And I just want to know, are you using those phrases interchangeably?
We aren't using them in a specific way. There isn't a quantitative definition associated with those.
Okay. Can you explain to me what scenarios you're referring to in those statements?
I know in general we reference some of the estimates available for future demand that involve population growth that we've discussed earlier in testimony, that I've discussed earlier in testimony regarding population growth projections, while we see from the state's own population forecasts, particularly in Southern California, forecast population decline. So this is generally sort of a reference to the relative differences in population estimates. Now, here in particular for Zone 7, I would have to look back at the Zone 7 report and the sections of the DCP that correspond. This, I know this also relates to the benefit cost analysis. But is there, I'm sorry, could you remind me again of the specific question that you had about this?
I just wanted to understand if you had specific scenarios in mind related to these future demand projections. And it sounds to me like you were referring to, you know, for example, Metropolitan's projected demand and also the Department of Finance related information. Is that fair in terms of what you're referring to as scenarios?
That's certainly one of the most relevant for this issue of demand.
Okay. Did you do any independent analysis evaluating potential future demand in the Tri-Valley area?
I don't believe we did any demand forecasting in the Tri-Valley area, no.
Okay, so then you didn't do any independent analysis evaluating potential future demand in Zone 7 service area specifically, I assume.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And I think I just have one more question for you on lines 9 through 10 of your testimony, which is CWIN 004. Ms. Mullen, if you please pull that up. Oh, I should give you a page number. It's a paragraph 13, sorry. Okay. You see lines 9 through 10 that reads evidence from local agencies like Zone 7, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
What other local agencies are you referring to in that statement?
You mean what? Do you mean which other local agencies would have a similar circumstance? That was a representative one. I know that we did review other material. I can't recall off the top of my head, and this was also sort of part of the team process, but this was one. I think that chart in particular makes the point that we were trying to make, that for the DCP to be useful, it would need to be combined with other investments. And storage is the most obvious, particularly given climate change. And therefore, the overall cost to ratepayers would be greater than the DCP represents on its own before the DCP could provide that full set of water supply benefits that are expected or intended. So the point here would just be that from that cost-effective piece of the equation, we would need to make sure that agencies in general, local agencies in general, are considering a similar need in terms of complementary storage or other supplements and complements to make the DCP functional, particularly when we consider drought conditions.
Okay, but sitting here today, you don't have specific agencies or specific materials from those agencies in mind in making this statement. It's specific to Zone 7.
We don't have the cost effectiveness analysis that we do for Zone 7 for other agencies that I can recall. They might exist, and we could look back at our materials. One of the key points was that this full assessment is necessary for all districts through to their ratepayers to fully understand what the overall cost and cost effectiveness of the DCP would be for any particular district. So again, this is an area where you're correct. We did not do a comprehensive analysis ourselves, but we see it as an important part of the question to understand how this option compares to others and what the total cost would be.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time, Dr. Buckley. I don't have any further questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Is there anyone else who has questions for Dr. Buckley? And I do not have any follow-up questions. So, Mr. Moore, do you have redirect for Dr. Buckley?
I am planning to have what I think will be very short redirect, but I during the last round of questions, I received a message indicating that there was some I've been requested to respond to something that was noted as urgent, and it should not take more than a few minutes, but I'm wondering if it would be an appropriate time to take a 5 or 10-minute break. 10 would be preferable if possible.
We can do that. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. And with that, I am looking to you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, if you are there and you're ready, we are ready to return to Dr. Buckley.
My apologies. There was some screen freezing on my end. Can you hear me okay and see
Yeah.
me as
Yes,
Great.
thank you.
I believe I can be very brief in the redirect. Mr. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Dr. Buckley, do you recall being questioned about uh, reliance in your testimony on references to DWR's benefit cost analysis and references to the 2020 IRP from Metropolitan Water District?
I do, yes.
I wonder if we could bring up exhibit DWR 00114. And I'm hoping we can go to page 26 of that report. And my apologies, I didn't write down the PDF number, but it is right before section. There it is. And Dr. Buckley, do you recall questions? I believe they were from Ms. Carroll, referring to the sentence right before section 3.2, which
Yes.
in turn refers to Metropolitan's 2020 IRP and related projections of water demand. And do you recall some questions relating to assumptions that were made or not made regarding growth in demand for the period in which DCP operations were simulated?
Yes, I do recall.
Is there anything further you would like to say about your understanding of the context of those demand estimates in the 2020 IRP of Metropolitan Water District?
Yes, it might be helpful for me to explain a bit more why we thought this was a relevant issue for our technical report. And in, in particular, the benefit cost analysis utilizes the growth assumptions regarding population and demand from the IRP, which the IRP refers to. Let me see if I can find that in particular. Oops, sorry. I don't know if it's useful to actually refer to the IRP itself, but regardless, there are 4 scenarios in the IRP which have different levels of import and different levels of demand, with high and low demand and relatively high or low or stable or reduced imports. And by using the high demand, reduced import scenario, they use, as they describe in the IRP, an assumption: demands on metropolitan are increasing due to rapidly increasing demands and diminishing yields from local supplies. So they say rapidly increasing demand, whereas in the state's own population projections for these regions, Los Angeles County, for example, they show a forecast of declines in population consistently for the entire forecast period out through 2070. So my understanding is that the benefit cost analysis assumes growing demand through 2045 and then stabilizing demand from then on, whereas the state itself forecasts consistently declining demand as far out as it provides estimates. And what that means is that the scarcity of the water, the value of the water, and the ability to pay for the water would all be less under the state's forecasts than the IRP and corresponding benefit cost analysis. And I understand from working with engineers on water supply projects that there is a risk aversion, an intention from an engineering perspective and from a water supply reliability planning perspective to consider worst case scenarios in terms of water availability. But from a benefit cost standpoint, we would hope to look at social efficiency in terms of expected value and what we think is most likely. Now, certainly, sensitivity analysis is very justified and valuable in that context. But as a core analysis, using the scenario that functionally shows the DCP most valuable across the 4 scenarios in the IRP does, in our opinion, in our analysis, in my opinion, call for some consideration of sensitivity of those results to that high and very distinct demand estimate.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. Now, I'd like to just very briefly move on to the next section of this DWR Exhibit 114, Section 3.2, Shortage Estimates for Urban Customers. And Ms. Mullen, I'm hoping that we can scroll a little farther down the page so that the footnotes are visible, including footnote 26, which I think is that oh, I guess it's footnote 25 that I'm referring to. And apologies for those who are looking at it because the print in the footnote is very small. But Dr. Buckley,
Mr. Moore, should we try to blow it up? Ms. Mullen, can we blow up?
that's possible.
footnote?
Yeah.
Please. And maybe one more if we can, if it'll fit. Will it fit? There we go. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Dr. Buckley, looking at what is delineated in this DWR exhibit, describing the Metropolitan Water District 2020 IRP, does it clarify anything about which of the several scenarios from that Metropolitan Water District report was utilized in this analysis provided by DWR?
Yes, in the second paragraph, it states regarding the benefit cost analysis. In this analysis, we consider the IRP's scenario D, which is characterized by growing demand and reduced imports, which suggests that they do use the scenario D that involves forecast demand growth through 2045.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the end of what I was going to refer to from this exhibit. Dr. Buckley, do you remember receiving a number of questions? I believe they were mostly, if not entirely, Friday, regarding the DWR preliminary cost estimate in the ballpark of $20 billion for the DCP.
Yes, I do recall.
And do you recall some of those questions relating to the subject of the extent of contingencies uh, 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 for possible increased costs that may have been built into those figures?
I do, yes.
Do you have any opinion as to whether the contingencies utilized by DWR in that estimate are sufficient to address the costs of revenue bonds and bond financing?
Generally, contingencies aren't included or used to represent those ultimate financing costs to final beneficiaries, in this case, ratepayers. In my experience, contingencies aren't intended to capture those costs to the ultimate beneficiaries.
Thank you. I think we are now done with this exhibit. And Ms. Mullen, I wonder if we could now pull up exhibit CWIN dash 009, 009. And Dr. Buckley, this uh, as I understand it, and is listed on the cover page here, is a complaint for validation uh, brought by the Department of Water Resources.
Objection, this was not part of the cross-examination.
Mr. Moore?
It is relating to the subject that was raised in cross-examination about the sufficiency of the allowance for contingencies in DWR's uh, cost estimate of 20 billion. That was raised, and I think it will be clear very quickly from the very limited questions that I'm going to be raising what
Okay.
the relationship is to the specific questions that were raised in cross-examination.
Please proceed, Mr. Moore.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, apologies, but another objection to the extent that this will call for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Thank you.
To be clear at the outset, the witness will certainly not be asked to call for a legal conclusion.
Also, Dr. Buckley had testified that he wasn't aware of DWR's authority to issue bonds.
Let's see where
Again,
Mr. Carroll.
that's jumping ahead. I haven't asked a single question relating to this exhibit yet, so it's kind of presumptuous to assume that it's a question about authority or legal authority.
Let's see where this goes. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Okay. I'm hoping that we can scroll ahead to Exhibit 1, which is, I believe, on PDF page 22, if I have it right. And Dr. Buckley, this exhibit referenced on this page is the Delta Conveyance Program Revenue Bond General Bond Resolution uh, adopted by DWR on January 6, 2025, is it not?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Now I'm hoping that we can scroll ahead to, I believe it is page 29 of the PDF. I may have the page wrong. I'm looking, there are whereas clauses here, and I think I'm looking for what's in, it's likely on the next page. Beginning with, yeah, the paragraphs beginning with the 20th one. Dr. Buckley, looking at on what's on this page of recitals, does the one marked number 20 include a reference to DWR's Delta Conveyance cost estimate in the neighborhood of $20 billion?
Yes, we did use this reference as part of the basis for our understanding that the full capital financing costs are not included in that cost estimate, because in this item 20, it refers to the 20 billion 2023 value for the capital cost of the DCP, and suggests that that cost does not include additional financing costs, such as bonds with capitalized interest, cost of issuance for those bonds, bond reserves, and other associated financing and transaction costs. So this is part of our basis for assuming that those financing costs would be above and beyond the $20 billion estimate.
Thank you. I believe that's the only question that I have regarding this C1 exhibit. Dr. Buckley, do you also recall being asked questions? I believe these were this morning regarding references to alternatives to the Delta Conveyance project that are noted in your testimony and in the Eco Northwest technical report.
Yes, I do.
And do I remember correctly that you referenced and mentioned in response the testimony of Heather Cooley at Friends of the River exhibit FOR-006?
Yes.
And we don't need to pull up that report, but do you recall Dr. Buckley being asked whether you conducted analysis of whether the alternatives reference would have the same yield or a yield comparable to that of the Delta Conveyance project.
I do recall, yes.
Are you aware of whether the DWR EIR for the Delta Conveyance project studied any identified as alternatives and studied any non-conveyance alternatives to the Delta Conveyance project?
I'm not aware of any analyses of that sort.
Thank you. I believe I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I will look back to Ms. Carroll. Do you have any follow-up?
I just have a couple, thank you. Okay. Dr. Buckley, have you communicated with Mr. Moore since your testimony last Friday?
Since last Friday, yes, we did communicate.
And did you just communicate now on the break?
No, we did not.
Okay. And then when Mr. Moore was asking you questions about the IRP, I noticed you were looking at your computer screen. What were you looking at?
I was looking at my copy of the IRP.
Perfect. And then in responding to Mr. Moore, you stated that the California Department of Finance estimated the population forecasted decline as far out as it went. How far out did you mean that those forecasts went?
Objection, misstates testimony.
What can we clarify the testimony first? Or what is your concern, Mr. Moore?
I think that she had an incomplete paraphrase, but perhaps she can focus her question a little more clearly than she just did.
Maybe we can get a foundation for that. We might have to work backwards a little bit, Ms. Carroll.
Okay. Mr. Moore do you recall that Mr. Moore was asking you questions about the population forecast decline in the IRP?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in responding to those questions, do you recall mentioning the forecast by the California Department of Finance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what did you mean in your testimony? And maybe I'm paraphrasing, but to the extent how far out the California Department of Finance population forecast went?
I did refer back to those forecasts after the questions from last week, and the finance forecasts for Los Angeles County, for example, go out through 2070.
And those are from the Department of Finance, correct?
Yes, they are.
And can you point to me in the IRP where you're getting that citation?
The IRP does not use the finance forecast. We reference it as a different forecast from the IRP forecast, which is in scenario D, at least, an increasing forecast.
Is that in your technical report, Dr. Buckley?
Yes, we have a link to the finance forecast there.
Okay. And do you recall that Mr. Moore was asking you about exhibit FOR 6?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the entire exhibit?
I have reviewed it. Yes, I am familiar with the overall exhibit.
And then, do you know if the $20 billion cost estimate is also listed in DWR 114?
I'm sorry, in DWR 114, I'm sorry, I can't recall which. Is that the benefit cost analysis?
Yes. And Ms. Mullen, if you could pull that up so Dr. Buckley could please see the front page.
Yes, I am aware that they rely on that cost estimate.
Okay. And then, do you recall that Mr. Moore pulled up CWIN 9 for your review?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with that entire document?
As a legal document, it's not something I would suggest I have a full mastery of, but rather just certain portions that reference the costs.
And again, standing objection applies to the extent that anything in this long document, which is a validation complaint with reference exhibits, calls for any kind of a legal conclusion.
Noted.
And then, excuse me, Dr. Buckley, just if we could go back because I wasn't able to locate it, where in your report are those LA County numbers that you referenced?
If we go to the technical report,
Ms. Mullen, the technical report is 18E, C1 18E.
yes, on the PDF page 15, in that second full paragraph under critique 3, we describe the data, and then if you scroll down to let's see, which footnote is it? Footnote 53 for the data portal by Department of Finance. I realize we probably can't click the link right now, but if you do, it goes to a navigator tool that Finance has, that the State of California Department of Finance has, and you can click on the counties. And I did click on it again this weekend, and for Los Angeles County, you can see projected populations declining from 2025 out through 2070 on that forecast.
And Dr. Buckley, in this report, though, if I'm not mistaken, in that paragraph you pointed to, it says that it's between 2021 and 2050. Where did you come up with 2070?
Just looking at the data, I know that we were using that because it corresponded to the IRP timeframe, but it does show the forecast if you actually look at the full forecast. That said, I can't be certain, given that we completed this previously and this is a live website, maybe the forecast didn't go as far at the time it was originally accessed or in other documentation.
Okay, but you recall the cost benefit analysis goes to 2145, correct?
It does, yes.
And there was no growth for a 100-year period between 2045 and 2145, correct?
That's my understanding of the benefit cost assumptions, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. And Mr. Krieger, do you have any follow-up?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, Dr. Buckley, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for coming back to join us this morning, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe next we are moving to the DTEC parties. Since we already took a morning break, I don't think we need to take one now. Ms. Baer, I see you are on camera. Are you prepared to make an opening statement? Am I looking to the right representative here?
Yes, Ms. Proofer and I will be delivering DTEC's opening statement together, and then we will ask to elevate the other 3 DTEC student attorneys to conduct direct examination of today's witnesses.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning again, Officer Kenzie and parties. My name is Tara Baer, and I'm joined here today by Ms. Proofer and 3 other student attorneys from the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic, as well as our supervising attorney, Ms. Safdie. We represent the 5 Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, or DTEC parties, who are protestants in this proceeding. The Department of Water Resources, state water contractors, and California Governor's Office have characterized the Delta Conveyance project as an essential climate adaptation strategy that will modernize water infrastructure in the Delta and restore the reliability of the state water project. As the evidence will show, these claims are false. In reality, the Delta Conveyance project is just another plan to pull more water out of an already struggling ecosystem so that it can be sent elsewhere in the state, harming the communities that rely on the Delta the most. When the legislature passed the Delta Reform Act in 2009, it acknowledged that the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is in crisis and that existing Delta policies are not sustainable. The act made it state policy to protect and enhance the Delta's unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values as an evolving place, to restore the Delta ecosystem, and to promote water conservation statewide to reduce our dependence on Delta water supplies. The State Water Board has also repeatedly recognized this crisis and affirmed that updated water quality and flow standards are essential to protect beneficial uses and safeguard the public trust in accordance with Article 10, Section 2 of the California Constitution. As the record will establish, the Delta Conveyance project runs directly counter to the state's own goals. It would deepen our dependence on Delta exports, undermine policies that prioritize local water supply development, conservation, and reuse, and exceed the scope of DWR's existing entitlements. In doing so, it would inflict significant and lasting harm on tribal cultural resources, frontline Delta communities, ratepayers, and the public trust resources of the Bay Delta. Simply put, the Delta Conveyance project is not in the public interest. For these reasons, our clients oppose DWR's petition for a change in water rights for the Delta Conveyance project and do not believe that any permit conditions can remedy the petition's legal deficiencies or prevent the serious damage the project would exact upon Delta ecosystems, tribes, and communities. The Bay Delta is an estuary that is already severely burdened by reduced flows, harmful algal blooms, habitat loss, and increasing threats to its endangered species. Tribal nations, who are California's first legal users of water, have stewarded these ecosystems for thousands of years. As our witnesses will explain today, tribes throughout the Delta and its headwaters continue to care for these waterways and sustain cultural practices that are inseparable from Delta flows, despite a centuries-long campaign by this state to destroy tribal communities, displace tribal nations from their lands, and erase tribal identities and traditions. As this testimony will make clear, the questions before the board, including the nature of injury to legal users of water, the project's impacts on beneficial uses, and the project's harms to the public interest, cannot be fully understood or resolved without acknowledging this history and the Delta Conveyance project's relationship to it. As DWR itself has recognized, construction of the Delta Conveyance project would cause irreparable harm to the Delta tribal cultural landscape, and by extension, to tribal peoples whose identities, cultural lives, and well-being are bound to it. The project would damage ancestral sites, disrupt cultural practices connected to those sites, and further degrade the flows and ecological functions of the Delta. Harmful algal blooms, which are already a serious problem in the Delta, would continue to worsen with reduced flows and longer residence times. This creates health risks for Delta residents and visitors alike, and further undermines tribal cultural and subsistence practices. Tribes have consistently warned that this project threatens irreplaceable cultural resources and their ability to continue subsistence and cultural lifeways tied to the Delta. Those losses cannot be measured in dollars. Once eradicated, they will never be restored.
As you will hear today, and at DTEC's forthcoming Case-in-Chief panel on October 29th, DWR has not extended meaningful opportunities for affected communities and tribal members to participate in the design and decision-making around the Delta Conveyance project and the State Water Project infrastructure more generally. Participants in DWR's stakeholder engagement processes experience them as performance rather than substance, and as missed opportunities to truly integrate into the decision-making those most vulnerable to the changes the DCP will cause. DWR's failure to meaningfully incorporate tribes in its decision-making is the latest link in a centuries-long chain of Indigenous exclusion and marginalization that stretches back to California's earliest actions as a state. The record does not show that the DCP's benefits to the public outweigh its harms. Before operation even begins, Delta residents and workers will endure years of heavy construction. Impacts will include road closures, persistent diesel emissions, noise, traffic, and community disruption. As you will hear from the witnesses on DTEC's October 29th Environmental Justice Panel, these harms disproportionately fall on low-income and communities of color in the Delta. Once the tunnel is operational, the DCP will continue to impact communities and tribes who rely on healthy flows of water through the Delta. What's more, DWR is pushing ahead with this project, despite the State Water Board's failure to update its decades-old water quality standards, and despite the board's failure to resolve a pending federal investigation under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. This investigation centers around the board's discriminatory mismanagement of the Bay Delta water quality and its exclusion of Delta tribes and communities of color from water governance. DWR claims this project is a necessary climate adaptation strategy, but the evidence is not in accord. The record does not show that the DCP is the least harmful, most cost-effective, or necessary path to climate resilience. Rather, true climate adaptation requires a portfolio approach. During an April 2025 Senate Budget Subcommittee hearing, DWR Director Carla Nemeth reported that the DCP will cost $1 million taxpayer dollars per day. Rather than spend these tax dollars on an unnecessary water export project, California should invest in real solutions. Solutions such as water efficiency, demand management, groundwater recharge, local storage, reduction of water-intensive cash crops, restoration of natural floodplains and wetlands, and the co-management of water resources with tribal governments and Indigenous knowledge holders. As tribes and environmental justice communities have been urging for years, the board should prioritize distributed, community-based, and equitable approaches to water management, not a single mega project that externalizes harm. The board is charged with upholding the state's duty to protect public trust resources, to protect the public interests in its decision-making, and to faithfully apply the provisions of the California Water Code and the state constitution. This means weighing harms to fisheries, navigation, tribal cultural resources, and local environmental justice communities against claimed public benefits. The DCP fails this test. It threatens tribal lifeways, imposes disproportionate burdens on disadvantaged Delta communities, and jeopardizes public trust resources, while producing benefits concentrated amongst a relatively small set of moneyed interests. The board must not rubber stamp a project that deepens existing inequities and undermines the long-term health of the Bay Delta estuary. For these reasons, and those that will follow today and during DTEC's second panel on October 29th, we respectfully request the board deny DWR's change petitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Proofer, and thank you, Ms. Baer. And with that, which of your witnesses, I'm not sure if it makes sense to call, do we want to call all five at this point, or should we go through one by one? If we can please elevate, that's right. We're going to elevate the other student attorneys. So if we can elevate Ms. Thompson, please. And if there are others who should be elevated, if you could please raise your Zoom hand. Ms. Castro Galindo and Mr. Sanluber B. Good morning.
Good morning. Naji Thompson for the DTEC parties. So I believe our plan was to do our witnesses one after the other in that sort of sequence, and then have a cross-examination panel.
Wonderful. And are we starting with Mr. Mulcahy?
So we have a change to the order, actually, so I can read that out as well.
Please.
So the change now will be Dr. Diver, followed by Mr. Moore, Mr. Wallace, and then followed by Dr. Scrimento, and then finally Mr. Mulcahy.
Thank you. Then with that, I'll look to the hearing team. I think what I'll plan to do is we'll elevate one by one as we get to each witness. So if we can please elevate Dr. Diver. And good morning. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Would you please raise your right? I will administer the oath, and maybe you're not.
She's not going to come off. We're going to share.
You're using one. Yeah. Understood. Understood. If you would please raise your right hand, and I will administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then with that, you may proceed, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Dr. Diver. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Thank you. My name is Sybil Diver, Sibyl, Diver, Diver.
And is Exhibit DTEC 083 an accurate statement of your testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit DTEC 066 a copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Are exhibits DTEC 068 through DTEC 077, along with DTEC 082 copies of materials that you cited or relied upon in preparing your testimony for this matter?
Thank you. They are.
Before we get into the bulk of your testimony, Dr. Diver, can I ask you to please briefly tell us about your current professional role?
Yes, I'm currently working at Stanford University, where I teach in the environmental systems program and also conduct research focused on community engaged research on Indigenous water governance. I'm also co-directing the Environmental Justice Working Group at Stanford, and this work is building on 25 years of my career working on issues of salmon and Indigenous peoples around the Pacific Rim.
And how many peer-reviewed articles have you published?
I've published 27 peer-reviewed articles on the topics of Indigenous water governance and community engaged research and participatory methods for partnering with Indigenous peoples on environmental policy making and salmon protection.
Can you briefly explain your educational background?
Yes, I have my PhD from the University of California, Berkeley, in environmental science, policy, and management. I have also taken extensive coursework on topics of salmon ecology and conservation from the University of Washington and UC Berkeley.
Did you form your testimony independently?
I did.
And what's the basis of that testimony?
The basis of that testimony is my own research on Indigenous water governance and salmon, as well as a broad range of scholarly publications in the peer-reviewed published literature on these topics.
And before we begin, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the importance and impact of the visit yesterday, the site visit to some of the locations of tribal community village sites and land back areas and current use areas for ceremony and subsistence practices that are here in the Delta and that form the basis for the conversation we are having today, and appreciate the opportunity to visit those places as part of the process.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. When you reference TEK or traditional ecological knowledge, what do you mean?
Thank you. I refer to TEK as the cumulative body of knowledge and beliefs handed down through generations by cultural transmission about the relationship of living beings, including humans, with one another and with their environment, which is building on one definition in the scholarly literature by Fikret Berkes. In this context, traditional refers to cumulative and adaptive production of knowledge over time, extending into the present and future. And I'm also referring to TEK as a body of knowledge that encompasses deeply held reciprocal relationships held between Indigenous peoples and the lands, waters that they come from, where there is a two-way flow of benefits and responsibilities, and as a body of knowledge that further encompasses land-based rights and responsibilities for land stewardship that span multiple generations, and where these responsibilities to more than human worlds and creatures are simultaneously material and spiritual.
What is a tribal cultural landscape?
Thank you. I refer to tribal cultural landscape as in this context, in the context of the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta tribal cultural landscape that has been formally recognized as such. And this places the Delta in this hearing as a large, complex, and multi-component tribal resource that encompasses a host of interconnected human and environmental processes and places that are understood to be collectively impacted through the proposed development infrastructure project.
What are ecocultural resources?
Ecocultural resources are resources that are understood to be connected as ecological and cultural processes over time that are essential to the ongoing cultural continuity of tribal communities and tribal nations. And in this case, an important ecocultural resource would be salmon that persist in the Delta system.
Could you summarize your opinion about the role of TEK in regulatory policy making?
Thank you. I see TEK as being essential to regulatory policy making. In my opinion, this is for several reasons. First, there's a practical benefit that has been demonstrated in multiple contexts where TEK creates an opportunity to benefit from multiple knowledge systems when making environmental decisions. And in this context where we are engaging with Indigenous knowledge systems, Indigenous knowledge brings time-tested knowledge into a decision-making process that will have a long-term impact on tribal peoples and on the public trust of California citizens, where traditional ecological knowledge ensures a conversation about what is needed for the long-term stewardship of the Delta for the benefit of tribal peoples and all people. I will add two additional reasons about the importance of bringing traditional ecological knowledge into policymaking. The first is an ethical reason that acknowledges the long history of Indigenous peoples being excluded in decision-making about environmental and cultural outcomes of their traditional lands and peoples, and working in systems that were created without the participation of Indigenous peoples. And the second is a legal reason, where we in California are fortunate to have policies and executive order directives that direct state agencies to engage in meaningful government-to-government consultations with Indigenous peoples and to engage in reparations that acknowledge a long history of state-sanctioned violence and attempted destructions of Indigenous peoples in the state of California.
Could you summarize your opinion about the relationship between TEK and Western science?
Thank you. In my testimony, I draw on scholarship from Quagley and Barnhart that speaks to the opportunity for drawing on the benefits of traditional ecological knowledge and the strengths of traditional knowledge, at the same time that we draw on the strengths of Western science. In this context, traditional ecological knowledge is recognized to have important, distinct contributions that complement the knowledge that we gain through Western science, and where there are points of both overlap and distinctions between these multiple knowledge systems. Further, I want to emphasize that one of the points of overlap is the importance of engaging in observation and long-term evaluation of knowledge held in a place. Thank you.
Could you summarize your opinions about DWR's inclusion of TEK in decision-making on the DCP?
Yes, thank you. In my professional opinion, there has been to date insufficient consideration of traditional ecological knowledge in the evaluation of the DCP. This is for several reasons. First, traditional ecological knowledge asks us to take a holistic view of human-environment relations, a view that is not siloed, a view that integrates related responsibilities for protecting humans and the environment. Yet in the EIR, we see that TEK is relegated to a single chapter focused on traditional cultural landscapes and is not integrated into the larger decision-making matrix. Second, TEK asks us to take a long view. It asks us to bring intergenerational time periods into our decision-making and into our understandings and problem definitions. In this context, that would suggest we would be evaluating the impacts of the proposed Delta Conveyance project based on its long-term operations and not simply focusing on a simple evaluation of a construction period or 1 to 2 years of potential incidental take and decline on endangered species. And then finally, TEK also asks us to prioritize water as central to all of creation, including salmon, and sees humans as having caretaking responsibilities as part of an environmental and human interconnected system. And in reviewing what we see with the DWR analysis, where all project alternatives are recognized as accelerating the decline, contributing to reduced survival and abundance of salmon that are already on the brink of extinction in the Delta area. And yet we see an EIR that determines that these are less than significant impacts. And in my view, if TEK were to be included, we would have a different conversation and a much more serious recognition of the possibility of loss of fish, that a loss of the uses of fish that contribute towards the loss of tribal cultural identities and losses that cannot be mitigated for. Thank you.
Do you have any experience working with tribes near major water infrastructure projects?
Yes, thank you. I have worked for the last 15 years as a researcher collaborating with tribes on the Klamath River system. While I recognize this is a different river system, there are points of similarity in that the Klamath demonstrates the long-term impacts to salmon from water infrastructure projects, negative impacts that disproportionately affect tribal communities. It demonstrates negative health effects that occur with denied access to traditional foods like salmon, and what this means for the emotional and psychological stress of tribal communities that are that are taking on a distinct responsibility, in some cases, a spiritually derived responsibility for protecting a watershed. This Klamath further shows how political pressure to move water deliveries, to make water deliveries, can lead agencies to sidestep regulatory mandates, leading to massive fish kills, as occurred in the 2002 catastrophe with the Klamath water fish kill. And finally, the Klamath system demonstrates how much effort and time is required to remove harmful water infrastructure projects that have disproportionate harm causing to tribal communities.
I'd like to turn to your research on the inclusion of TEK in natural resource management. What are best examples, of best practices for the inclusion of TEK in water governance?
Thank you. Some of the best practices with including TEK in water governments include, but are not limited to, taking a broad view of traditional ecological knowledge as an adaptive and living body of knowledge that is best interpreted by and with Indigenous peoples as orders of government, Indigenous peoples that are specific to the place where TEK applies. A second best practice is around this very topic of recognizing Indigenous sovereignty, where Indigenous peoples are understood to be sovereign nations, not simply another stakeholder group. And third, a best practice is to appreciate deeply held connections held between Indigenous peoples and the lands and the waters that they come from, where these connections extend across multiple generations, going to the past, present, and future, and where principles of reciprocal relations guide Indigenous law and Indigenous restoration practices. Thank you.
Have any governments released policies related to the inclusion of TEK in water governance or natural resource management?
Thank you. In this case, we are in the state of California, which has made extensive policy frameworks that encourage the inclusion of Indigenous peoples as as representatives of their own interests and knowledge systems in policy making. This includes Governor Brown's executive order and Governor Newsom's executive orders that recognize Indigenous peoples and the importance of both government to government engagement and broader frameworks for Indigenous self-determination in decision-making.
Could you briefly describe what meaningful co-management between co-sovereigns entails?
Thank you. Strong co-management, meaningful co-management entails the sharing of rights and responsibilities in governing a resource between Indigenous peoples as an order of government and state agencies. And a best practice in co-management involves establishing formal frameworks enabling meaningful participation, also resources to support meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples in decision-making processes.
Who benefits from the incorporation of TEK in natural resource management?
Thank you. In my professional opinion, TEK is important for bringing Indigenous knowledge into decision-making about environmental resources. However, it also benefits all people because TEK, as stated earlier, asks us to take the long view. And one of the references that I'd like to make in this regard is some of the research that is conducted by Professor Don Hankins, who is Plains Miwok and comes from the Delta Coalition as part of his ancestral homelands, where Professor Hankins writes, one thing that sets Indigenous peoples apart from other populations, including water purveyors, regulators, and managers, is that Indigenous peoples maintain a relationship with the lands, waters, and organisms through kinship that is a lifetime responsibility passed down through generations. And he further writes specifically regarding the Delta management and stewardship questions we were discussing today. He further writes, we must not sell short the opportunities for a real solution to balancing environmental and cultural heritage in the Delta, nor rob future generations of their right to inherit a world in as good or better condition than we have inherited. So this long view, this request to consider intergenerational impacts that are perhaps not built into the standard regulatory processes, but are encouraged through broader policy directives, has a benefit for the public trust beyond the Indigenous peoples particular to a region. Thank you.
Dr. Diver, you mentioned Don Hankins' research. Do you mind telling us where that quote comes from?
Thank you. That is coming specifically from an exhibit DTEC 070 and an article entitled Ecocultural Equality in the Miwok Wali, published in 2018.
Thank you. And just to move back to something we were discussing before, from your review of the final EIR, has DWR followed co-management best practices in the Delta Conveyance project?
Thank you. My opinion is that it has not followed best co-management practices based on earlier comments that indicate the insufficient engagement with traditional ecological knowledge in the process and the lack of full participation of tribal leaders in interpreting the knowledge that they have been invited to share to date, which has resulted in the protest case we are in today.
Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up DTEC 082 and go to the first page.
Ms. Morris, I'm sorry, I just saw your hand.
It's okay. We're having an extremely hard time given how we have to do sound hearing Dr. Diver. And I think it's because she's not on her separate microphone. We're not picking her up. It's extremely difficult to hear her. Is there any way to address this?
Yeah, I mean, we can come on the same screen if that's easier. However, we're basically done with our direct at this point. So
I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Morris. I think the issue will be resolved, at least for Cross, because we'll have Dr. Diver directly in front of the microphone most of the time.
Yeah, I'm concerned for other witnesses if they're in the room. I mean, we're trying to listen, and sometimes things are being said that are not necessarily in the testimony, and we're tracking and following, but I can't always hear.
And maybe Ms. Thompson, will you indicate for me, are other witnesses going to be in the same physical room, or will they be on their own devices?
We have several different rooms with other witnesses, but we can fix this for those witnesses for sure.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I know this was, you couldn't know that there would be a technical challenge. I can actually hear fine, but I'm in a very quiet space, and there's a different, I mean, it is quieter for Dr. Diver. So I can hear, but I can understand that DWR may be having a difficult time. So I appreciate your accommodation here.
So for our last question, we'll just be on the same screen. Dr. Diver, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a statement of testimony provided by Professor Don Hinkins in an earlier hearing discussing the water fix.
Thanks. Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll down to page 8, PDF page 8, please. And we'll look at the second and third paragraphs. Here. Dr. Diver, how do these paragraphs relate to your testimony today?
Thank you. To me, these paragraphs which I read just now are very, for me, a helpful summary and final statement in the testimony I'm submitting. First, because it's speaking to the generality of what is added when we seriously engage with traditional ecological knowledge as it is represented and interpreted by Indigenous peoples of the Delta in a decision-making process. We see some important differences with how we evaluate the question at hand and the impacts at hand with the proposed Delta Conveyance project. And the statement by Professor Hankins specifically brings in this important impact that extends across generations, alongside our obligation to consider what these losses and impacts mean for tribal communities, with loss of culture and state-sanctioned losses of salmon that reflect a larger pattern discussed in Governor Brown's apology statement about California's role in the attempted destruction of Indigenous peoples and state-sanctioned violence. I also see this final statement as a positive charge to consider an intergenerational view for what it means to engage with protecting the Delta and making this place better, not worse than where it is today, acknowledging the seriousness of declines that we are dealing with in the current moment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further questions for Dr. Diver at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, and thank you, Dr. Diver. And I understand that Mr. Moore will be called next. And I will look to the hearing team to please elevate Mr. Moore.
Hearing Officer Kenzie, I think we are hoping to have Mr. Moore and Mr. Wallace at the same time, if that is all right with you.
That is fine with me. So to the hearing team, please also elevate Mr. Wallace. And Mr. Moore, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute, and I will administer the oath. Good morning.
Good morning.
You would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsley.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, to you, Mr. Sanluberby.
Oh, sorry, I think we're having some issues, technical issues. I apologize.
No problem. And if you need more than just a minute to work it out, we can also take a break.
Yes, I was about to suggest that. And that will also help us.
Yes, understood. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 11:15.
Just-
Welcome back. It's 11:15, and to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. And with that, I will look back to you, Mr. Saint-Lubert. Were you successful, hopefully, in resolving your challenges?
Yes, hearing officer, I sure hope so. And please let us know if anything on your end indicates that we were not, but I think we're good.
It sounds like it to me. Please.
Fantastic. I'll proceed with the questions. All right. Well, thank you both for being here today, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Moore. Mr. Wallace, can you please state your name for the record and spell it out?
My name's Albert Brian Wallace, Albert Brian Wallace.
Thank you. And Mr. Moore, can you please also state your name for the record and spell it?
Yes, Matthew Moore, Matthew, Moore.
Great. Mr. Wallace, is Exhibit DTEC 064 an accurate statement of your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
And Mr. Moore, is Exhibit DTEC 064 also an accurate statement of your testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Great. Mr. Wallace, is Exhibit DTEC 063 a statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Moore, is Exhibit DTEC 065 a statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Mr. Wallace, are exhibits DTEC 080 and DTEC 081 copies of materials that you cited or relied upon in preparing your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
And Mr. Moore, do you have any changes that you need to make to your written testimony at this time?
The only changes I had was this was all coming from my direct experiences working through tribal government in my past. In coordination with CEO Wallace and his testimony.
Did you have any changes you wish to make about the timing of your service as Tribal Historic Preservation Officer?
Yes, thank you. My time of service as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer went from 2014 through the end of 2023.
Okay, thank you very much. And that was as Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, you said from 2014 to 2023, the whole time as TIPO, or were there multiple roles during that time period?
I also served on our preservation committee for a year prior, and when they elevated me to TIPO, we'll just say for short, I was also serving on the committee as chairman at the time.
Okay, thank you for those.
Oh, I termed out.
Thank you. Great. I'm going to start by asking you both to introduce yourselves and Indigenous Future Society. So Mr. Wallace, I'll begin with you. Are you an enrolled member of a tribe?
Yes, I am Nisenan and Washoe tribal descent. I'm an enrolled member of the Washoe tribe in Nevada and California.
And could you briefly describe your experience working on tribal affairs prior to joining Indigenous Future Society?
I was an elected official, an executive for the Washoe tribe from 1979 to 2006.
Thank you very much. And which positions did you hold?
Tribal chairman.
Great. Can you describe any work you led as tribal chairman or in other roles that was related to environmental damage and restoration?
I can highlight two instances right off the bat. One would be my involvement in the creation of the Leviathan Mine Trustees Council, and that was centered around organizing a response and restoration efforts dealing with the Leviathan mine in Alpine County, California, that was damaging tribal areas and private lands in Alpine County and in Douglas County, Nevada. And then also as a founding member of the Lake Tahoe Federal Advisory Committee, which was established to explore alternatives for resource aggregation to deal with the potential of catastrophic wildfire and its impacts on water quality in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And why I bring those both up is that both of these are examples of these processes and these groups starting out where the tribe was on the outside and not even considered as a stakeholder in initiation of these processes, but in the end ended up, centering the tribe's governance and political status and administrative capacity to support these efforts, and most particularly the recognition of the indigenous knowledge and information that the tribal community and the tribe had to offer in addressing these long-term challenges, not only to our tribal community but to the general public and that we shared these areas with. The process involving the establishment of the Leviathan Mine Trustees Council was, it took a while for the tribe to even begin to develop the capacity, the legal and technical capacity, to begin to get a focus on dealing with the restoration of this and dealing with this tremendous acid mine drainage problem that was contaminating our water and food resources on the reservation in California. And eventually, the tribe was organized a group of interest, federal, state, and local parties to establish the Trustees Council to get the site listed on the NPL, National Priorities List, to be eligible for CERCLA resources and dealing with it and the status of a Superfund site. And then also to organize pursuance of a natural resource damage claim to restore lost uses and compensate for the impacts of acid mine drainage to the public resources and tribal resources in particular. Why that's important is that this group, in its investigation and assessment of responses to this challenge, decided to center a framework around first food sovereignty of the tribe and look at food access and cultural integrity as the lens for charting future response actions. And the tribe was able to create analytical tools, particularly a risk assessment model that was informed by tribal elders, interviewed by tribal youth who were part of our film project in the community. And the basis of this information that was given to them and gathered by the elders, we were able to create a traditional food pyramid or food circle, and also recreate traditional lifeways in those areas that was then used to begin to create a model for restoration, most particularly to arrive at a scientific metric called the minimum rate of exposure, because we were assessing risk at that time using indigenous science models and approaches to come. But as we moved along, we were able to use this tool as an overlay to look at the ecological and cultural integrity of other sites and of areas in our traditional homelands. And it served as not only as a lens for looking at potential restoration menus or prescriptions for particular sites of importance, but also as a land acquisition tool, so we can kind of understand how rich in cultural value particular areas were that were important to the tribe. So it had multiple intergenerational values as well, because it was informed by knowledge of the elders that was passed on, and actually it continues to inform the restoration mission that is now being maintained by the state of California and monitoring this site. So it led to a sustainable collaboration of science between indigenous peoples and Western science, and then why I bring up the instance of the Federal Advisory Committee in Lake Tahoe. The same process was that the tribal community was excluded from these particular initial processes, but eventually we were able to organize ourselves to be central participants in a presidential forum that was established in 1997. Was organized essentially around, because I mentioned the issues of potential catastrophic wildfire and its impact on water quality. But after the tribe was invited to be involved, the third mission was to the historic reconciliation and dispossession of the Washoe people in the Tahoe Basin. And that became one of the central missions of the Federal Advisory Committee, and actually some of the work that still informs the Tahoe Restoration Act, which has been reauthorized, ever since then, based on its original inception from this Federal Advisory Committee that we were able to serve on. So I guess my point is these instructive lessons that there are lots of room for alternative cross-boundary or cross-cultural scientific collaborations that raise both traditions and arrive at more efficacious and long-term and sustainable partnerships and alternatives that need to be explored that I believe were not even afforded the opportunity to be explored here in the examination of the impact on traditional tribal cultures and lifeways and peoples, not only in the past, but also into the future. And then I've also had experience in serving on other state executive bodies, advising the state executive, and I've also been invited to participate as a witness in state and congressional hearings as well on matters regarding tribal sovereignty and self-determination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. And Mr. Moore, turning to you, are you an enrolled member of a tribe?
Yes, I am. I am a member of United Auburn Indian Community. I am Nisenan and Washoe.
Thank you. And can you describe the United Auburn Indian Community's relationship to Delta Waters?
United Auburn Indian Community lies within the foothills of Placer County. We have multiple water drainages that run right through our territory, all of which end up in the Delta. All of our headwaters basically are one of the waterways that supplies the Sacramento, the Feather, the Bear, all of which feed the Delta ultimately.
Thank you. And could you please briefly describe your experience working on tribal affairs prior to joining Indigenous Futures Society?
Yes, prior to my work here at IFS, like I mentioned, I was Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for 9 years. It's an appointed position by our tribal council. We basically, with my tribe, we have a preservation department. Each tribe's department might be named something slightly different, but it's all the same kind of work. It's preservation of basically the culture, all of our oral histories, our physical resources that still exist on the landscape, which include our ancient village sites, cemeteries, harvesting locations, hunting locations, everything in our daily lives historically. Those are the types of things that I was tasked to protect and preserve. So it wasn't just history, it was actual resources. And, that required a lot of consultation with everything from federal, state to local agencies and other tribes, as well as non-government organizations.
Thank you. And then Mr. Wallace, turning back to you, can you just quickly describe Indigenous Future Society?
Indigenous Future Society is a tribal or indigenous governed and led nonprofit organized here in the state of California to champion and advocate for indigenous-led conservation and protection throughout the Sierra bioregion and works to revitalize and recenter indigenous relationships in California regarding the relationships to waterways and culture, food, and tradition.
And Mr. Wallace, what is your position at Indigenous Future Society?
I'm the Chief Executive Officer.
Mr. Moore, could you tell us what your position is at Indigenous Future Society?
I am the program executive.
Great, thank you. Moving forward to the substance of your testimony, I'm going to direct my questions to one or the other of you, but either of you should feel free to supplement any responses as appropriate to accurately summarize and reflect your joint opinions. So, Mr. Wallace, I'll start with you. In your opinion, were there any shortcomings in DWR's approach to tribal engagement in the TCP?
In my opinion, yeah, there were some failings in DWR's approach to integrate traditional ecological knowledge as in its foundational analysis. Tribal engagement in these particular situations involving states and political communities such as tribes is there's a prescribed statutory kind of requirements that need to be addressed, as well as policy incentives and recognitions around recognizing the tribal sovereignty and historical relationships that tribal communities have here in the state of California and with the United States. In looking at the record, it appears that the process of engagement was kind of superficially following a performative kind of process of checking a box, and there's some exhibits in the title chapter 32 that I was attempting to examine that talked about or had a list of engagement, and then talked about a closed period of being able to involve in such a process. And then with regards to indigenous involvement in some of the issues around the sensitivity of cultural information, yeah, I didn't really see a lot of where the communities were actually involved in creating these standards of what is a cultural resource, how does it need to be protected, and so there wasn't an appearance of much co-authorship or co-development of any of the standards that were used. It looked like the tribes were very much engaged on describing and involved in chapter 32 about what a tribal concurrence or what it is to be tribal. But I didn't notice that there was any fundamental involvements in any of the chapters of, that informed chapter 32, like, examining the hydraulic cycles or habitat values or the effect on food sovereignty over the long term, or the effect of intergenerational knowledge transmission that may or may occur, that's resident and does occur in the delta waterways and then in the headwaters. And directly, I think, talks about, I mean, there's just an inadequate tribal consultation regarding some of the standards related to AB 52 and some of the executive orders published by the state of California, and actually DWR's own tribal engagement policy.
Mr. Wallace, is your testimony informed by the history of the state of California's relationship with Indigenous peoples?
Yes, it is.
And could you briefly recount some important points in that history?
I can try to point to a couple real quickly and without getting too long. Early on, when I was young, I was introduced, working with my relatives and my grandmother and folks, and I remember being shared a story of when the Sutter men, they called them, were coming through our village and harvesting tribal people. We were early impacted by, this human trafficking and peonage labor systems that were introduced to California pre-statehood and then codified by the state during that period. And so my grandmother talked about, the brutality of this particular raid, and how they were, grabbing children by their heels and slamming their heads against the trunks of the oak trees, and that how, but for some luck, that they were able to escape. And then she continued that story in talking about, I think her name was Kutcha, who was her aunt, and the story of when Kutcha's useful life was that, the usefulness of her life in captivity at Fort Sutter came to an end. And so they allowed her to return to the village, and she eventually wandered her way back up to our village home. But she had to live the rest of her life. And when she arrived, she had an iron ring in her nose, and she lived the rest of her life with that iron ring in her nose in our community. So it was just kind of part of our family history in regards to California settlement. And then recently, about 2002, I was asked to participate in a hearing before the Nevada Irrigation District on the potential building of a centennial dam that would inundate and destroy the last remaining evidence of our village sites and cultural areas and graveyards in the Bear watershed. And I had to, recount a story of our family appearing, before that body in 1931, when the irrigation district was building the Van Giesen Reservoir and Combi Reservoir, and that the fact that we had to appear to ask for consideration that protection of our grave sites and village sites that were in the alignment of the project, and eventually our graveyard was bulldozed and became part of the earthworks of Combi Dam now. We were given a scoop of earth and asked to create another cemetery some miles away in Clipper Gap. which we continue to use today. And that's a continual reminder. There's a grave of the scoop of all those people that were dug, that we were only allowed to take to transfer to this other burial site if we want to honor um, our relatives. We have to go look at this dam. And the idea for me, I mean, the purpose I was there was that, to inform NID that, as difficult as it was, that, we were there to argue for a positive future for everybody, and that if Indigenous knowledge was incorporated into their analysis of coming up with these assumptions, that it would be a far different outcome. And again, we were not allowed to be participating in any of these analysis or assessments, and we're asked to kind of comment them way after the fact. Um, and um, and so and then finally, with regards to the treaties that were my family, and actually I'm a direct descendant of Oite, who was a signatory in the treaty that was signed at Camp Union on July 21st, I think, of 1851. They were negotiated in good faith, Nisenan water rights and land rights. And then as we were with the establishment of Army Camp West, we were, compelled to negotiate in this treaty and then live by its terms in good faith until we found out that it was not ratified, and that non-ratification was held under an injunction of secrecy for 50 years. And so tribal people in the end ended up homeless, homeless state, and had nowhere to go. Um, and um, um, And so it just it's this ongoing, experience of bad faith, that continues to bring us to this position of where we're at today, and having to look at these exclusionary processes for inclusion of only not all of our knowledge, but to be able to describe and assess our own humanity and futures in these processes and have them included as well is something that's very, very important for us. And I know sometimes we, it just almost feels like you have to um, reduce yourself to almost begging, for consideration. And in this case, that we're here to, hopefully, that the graves of our dead children, remain inviolate, and the futures of these children that are here today can remain unmolested and be filled with hope and culture as we move along, today.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Can you explain your opinion on the relevance of the history you just recounted to this proceeding that we're in today?
It's ongoing exclusion of traditional, knowledge, science, and our agency, cultural, legal, political, ethical agency. When I mentioned, that the treaties were not ratified, it was but for, at the economic and political powers at the time that, you can actually, that map the contours of current agrarian wealth and its power and energy that's a source of what brings us here today. So really, in the end, this is just a continuation of the processes that we started in trying to have land and water rights that were recognized be held and protected, and that were negotiated in good faith. And in the end, it's just that we continually experience bad faith. And that's really all we have. That's all we have to hope for at this point.
And thank you. And Mr. Wallace, you've already, I think, touched on this a bit, but do you have anything to add about how the history of the state's relationship with tribes informs your opinion about water rights specifically?
In the effort to eradicate Indian people in the state of California, it wasn't just the physical eradication of human beings and, the bounties and the starvation and the disease that was brought into our communities. It was also our presence, on the land, and there was a distinct effort to destroy the ecological connections and relationships and the ecologies that we depended on as well. And so us and these places that we call home that we're trying to protect in this discussion even today are still echoing from the impact, of this trauma and this machine of genocide that was, kind of wrought upon us, and that still is playing itself out. Even today, we have to go to legislative forums to decriminalize the ability of Indian people to practice traditional land management techniques like cultural burning, or accessing particular water resources. Something I wanted to also mention that was mentioned earlier, it's testimony on the issue of kinship and the long-term relationship that we have with these resources. To me, tech, it was described that it's a term of art that's needed for us now to kind of embody, the beliefs and practices and knowledge of indigenous peoples that have been passed down, intergenerationally, about unique and special knowledge of indigenous water systems and relationships and ecologies here in the Sacramento Delta area and even in the headwaters. And also in those was instructions of, how to care for these resources with, ceremonially and with community stewardship. And, these guidances are still relevant and being followed today. And on the question of kinship, I mean, yesterday was a good example of Vice Chair Tayaba's relationship to the sedge beds that we were looking at along the river. That now it's just not just a genealogical relationship that her and her people have been tending those sedge beds or have these relationships with these other relatives in that area for eons, time immemorial, is that there actually is a genetic relationship between us and these places as well, because we've been ingesting and been involved in the development of these ecologies that's been going along for centuries. And that you just can't turn that, even as hard as it's been, even as hard as people try to eliminate us and our connection to these resources, it still persists. And that's why we're here today. And that I think in the question of kinship, I think I was thinking of it was like the Hamilton rule, or it's kind of in evolutionary biology, that there's a distinct genetic advantage to living in a world of kinship and sustainability and living in the long term. And it's something that's really missing in any kind of assessment or analysis of what's before us right now and the impacts that it has on cultures that have attempted to endure for centuries here through the acts of the state of California, and despite the acts of the state of California, that we still come here, and trying to, again, trying just to speak on behalf, as I said, for protecting, the memory of our dead children and their futures that we have today.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Turning to you, Mr. Moore, we just heard a bit about tech, which actually, Mr. Wallace, I just want to confirm, when you refer to tech, that's short for tribal ecological knowledge?
Yeah, tribal ecological knowledge, I mean, to me, it also is tech, and Mr. Moore can confirm this. Tech also is like have the ability to discern a watershed by taste. Tech is the ability to tell weather patterns and weather coming through the migration and voices of birds. Tech is the ability to co-propagate and co-steward medicine plants and ecologies with bears. To me, it's a way of living and sustaining ourselves forever. And like when we, like and language is an important part of it. I use English as a tool to survive for today, but our children, they speak Nisenan, so that they can survive forever. And to be able to do that is to be able to still maintain these bonds and this relationship of love and care that we have for these places that we're trying to advocate for right now.
Thank you. Turning to you then, Mr. Moore, can you describe how traditional ecological knowledge can be integrated into government-to-government consultation?
Yeah, sure. Traditional ecological knowledge is something that I think is still new to consultation. It's always difficult for us to kind of talk about because it's a term that we had to come up with to help the non-Indigenous communities kind of see where we're coming from and what we're talking about. In our world, things aren't just black and white, and there's no boundaries, let's just say. Things are very much intertwined and related. Brian talked about kinship. Well, there's also kinship between the people and the land and everything on it, and everything that lives in our waterways. There's a connection. For instance, I mean, how did the salmon find their way back to their origins? Through all these waterways. It's like a maze to somebody just looking at it, but for some reason these fish have found their way back to their origins, where they were reared, just by the smell of the water, and they can tell the difference, and that's how they navigated their way back. How do our birds migrate? How do they find their way back to their nesting grounds and then the wintering areas? It's all these things are to us are like indicators and indicator species. When we see migrations, whether it's birds, mammals, deer migrations, the fish migrating, making runs back up the riverways to reproduce. Those are all the things that we see that kind of gives us an idea how healthy our environment really is. And it's not just those. I mean, there's some very subtle things too that we pay attention to. Along with the climate change that we're seeing, all these things are being they're adjusting, I guess, for lack of better words. Things are changing, and so are the things living, in our environment. They're just changing to to the changes that's going on, I guess. They're adapting. So through traditional ecological knowledge, we can see when our environment is not doing so well, when things are going south. And through everything that we have to do today to preserve our past and our resources, we're seeing all the things that are actually directly influencing the decline. And these are all usually projects that are surrounding development. Sometimes it's infrastructure. Sometimes it's, public safety projects like levee systems, which was a major influence in the negative effects of our village sites along the Feather River, for instance, just from the levee projects and the repair work that they're doing. The knowledge that we had of those areas were completely ignored, and through consultations, and the end result was hundreds of village sites, multiple cemeteries, roundhouse sites, all being removed and degraded down to nothing. And hundreds of individuals were removed from their burials in the most heinous ways. It was literally massacre sites. Some of them were disease related. And you can tell just by the types of burials that we're experiencing that these are all really bad occurrences, because our typical burial practice wouldn't involve mass burials or burying whole individuals. That was done out of haste. Cremation was the preferred method. So you get a combination of all that, and agencies wanting to push through their projects, and it puts us in a very complicated place, even though we're there to do the right thing, to consult in the best way possible, meaningfully, with good intentions, and we get these kind of results. And typically this is due to the fact that we're always invited to participate after the fact. A lot of these projects that we talk about, in the tunnels is another example, is the fact that they already have their game plan in place, the design, the engineering, all these things were done without tribal input when it comes to avoidance and how this might affect our resources, not just short term, but long term. You already hear that, we're in a situation now where we're trying to protect what we have left because we're going to lose it all. And that's not just us culturally speaking as indigenous people. It's all life is going to suffer from these types of projects. I always hear people, well, the water is just running out into the ocean. I mean, that's one of the most ignorant approaches that I've ever heard, because things run up those waterways to us, and those are our resources. So as our water comes from the headwaters down, a lot of our things we depend on are coming upstream to us, and a lot of these things are those connections that we have with our environment. That's why we have ceremony. That's why we dance and sing and pray. It's for abundance and for the assurance that our future will always be, bountiful, and we're able to self-sustain ourselves as a culture. So, when you try to bring in TEK into consultation, I think it's something a lot of times agencies maybe just they're intimidated by, because they don't understand what we're saying and they don't have those connections, and they have to be educated and taught to see what they are doing, which is really, in my opinion, is based around greed. And people are putting money in their pocket for it. So it's not about water. It's not about public health or domestic water usage. It's going somewhere else, and people are profiting off of that, which a natural resource should never be used in such a way, I guess. I mean, that's just a recipe for disaster, and those things never pan out long term. So through our eyes, with our traditional ecological knowledge and wisdom and experience, we can find better ways to do these and still, provide ample water for people to have, we all need water. Water's life. And that's just a simple fact, but we have to learn how to take care of it at the same time as we're receiving. We got to give back. I mean, if you don't, then it's all going to go away. So with the traditional ecological knowledge that we're trying to put forth, is that, we need to be taking care of other things other than just those impacts that are directly within the footprint of these projects. It spreads out. And in our case, we're talking about headwaters, and why are springs and headwaters drying up, supplying less water downstream? It's directly tied to the dense fuels that we have on our landscapes now in those particular areas. That's why there's no water being produced like it used to. So by concentrating on places like that, if we're actually looking at a bigger picture, we would be seriously looking more at why are waterways in decline, because it's the watersheds are not in this condition that they used to be, that would allow that kind of water to come out of the ground. As it is now, everything that wants to come out of a spring is being absorbed by other tree species and plant species that are impacting these particular sites. And another, it's a lot of it's the long-term maintenance that these projects might have. Are they going to be, bringing in pesticides and herbicides, or is it a case where we can get in and actually bring in some cultural burning, let's just say, in hopes that it'll bring back native plant species in those areas? Whereas in most cases, the maintenance doesn't really look into any ecological health for the future. It's just, what they see, they take care of it, and that's that. They walk away, and then they got to do it again, which becomes, and I think that's for any management plan. These things become very expensive because it's a repeat and rinse kind of a situation. It's Groundhog Day. They got to do it every other year because they use the wrong methods. The way we do things, these things last for some time, and each time you do it, there's less to do every time you follow up. And as you do that, you see the improvements happen, the actual restoration and recovery of native plants and animals and other species. So it all boils down to how we take care of the land. If we're going to, like I said, if we're going to take from it, you got to give back to it. Otherwise, you're going to lose it. That might be a little bit long-winded, but does that answer your question?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. I have one final question. Yeah, can you just, in your opinion, very briefly, outline or summarize any last opinions that you have relevant to this proceeding and the DCP?
Yeah, sure. I through my experience with United Auburn as their TIPO, I recall early on the discussions of this project and how it was being they were painting a picture that there was going to be all this very meaningful consultation with tribes. They want to hear us out. They want to hear our voice. But as soon as we started our official consultations, the very first meeting, they wanted us to start considering mitigation. That's not where you want to start with tribes. The last thing you want to do is bring up mitigation first thing. So that's already a red flag telling me that they already had their plans in place and things were pretty much set. And we're just now being invited into the conversation, which is way too late. As a TIPO, I always preach to agencies that we need to be in on these consultations early. I mean, before the planning, before the designs are made, in hopes of avoidance and protection of our resources. And without that, we will always end up losing, and then we have to talk about mitigation in the long run. So it's kind of it's a no-win situation for tribes.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Wallace, my last question to you is if you have any other opinions relevant to this proceeding or the Delta Conveyance Project that you would like to address at this time.
Just thank you for this opportunity, to voice, to be a voice for the other that aren't here, past generations and then our relatives. But to me, just 3 points would be, we're discussing tech and indigenous knowledge being respected and given subjective equivalency, and that our humanity and our futures are as equally as important as others, is important to us and something we've been trying to advocate for some time. But to me, tech is all fundamentally about accountability. Accountability to the water, to each other, accountability to future generations. It's about accountability to water and our other relatives that share these areas to us. And it's about accountability to the long view. And tech is if tech, for just a technical term, it's not nostalgia. It's about survival and the most original laws that govern us. And it's like I say, it's about survival. It's a strategic asset and a blueprint to our future that actually works. And that all we're asking for, in the beginning, during, and after all these processes and into the future, is to try and be able to engage each other in an ethical space that's rooted in truth and openness. Where we can co-create and share knowledge, traditions, and come up with, larger solutions and more sustainable solutions that are, you know, cross cultural boundaries and 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 agency boundaries and then and look to a whole future that's good for all of us, and most particularly those that haven't been represented in this process up to now. Um, so I just, you know, continue to want to thank you for this opportunity, maybe to try and create that ethical space that's rooted in truth and openness that'll sustain us for and then, you know, through the test of time. So thank you.
I have no further questions, and Hearing Officer Kenzie, might I suggest that we take our lunch break before examining our final two witnesses on our panel?
I think that makes sense. And thank you, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Moore. I agree with that proposal. So let's go ahead and I guess I'll look to the room. Is there anything procedural that we need to address before we break? Then with that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Back. It's 1 o'clock. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? I couldn't.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, to the court reporter, did you say that you were ready for us?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
I can now, yes. Thank you.
Ready to go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Where we left off before lunch, we had heard from some of DTEC's witnesses, and we have 2 remaining, and then we will turn to cross-examination as a panel. Thank you. I see Dr. Sarmento has a hand raised. If the hearing team would please elevate Dr. Sarmento. And Dr. Sarmento, you're welcome to come off mute and on camera, and I will administer the oath. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. And if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And I will turn to you, Ms. Castro Galindo.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. All right, Dr. Sarmento, can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
I'm sorry, Ms. Castro Galindo, I should have done this. I just want to make sure DWR is here with us. I would imagine they are. Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll, are you with us before we jump in? We are. Thank you. And I apologize for that interruption. Please, back to you.
No worries. Dr. Sarmento, could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
It's James Sarmento, James Sarmento.
Thank you. And Dr. Sarmento, is Exhibit DTEC 058 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
It is.
Is Exhibit DTEC 059 a true and correct copy of your CV that is cited in your written testimony?
It is.
Thank you. Dr. Sarmento, what makes you qualified to appear here as an expert witness today?
Well, most recently, I work with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians as a cultural resources executive director. But my schooling is in anthropology. I did my undergrad work in anthropology and ethnic studies, focusing on archaeology. And then I went on to do my graduate work in language revitalization with a degree in Native American Studies with second language acquisition as a designated emphasis. I've got years of experience working with tribal communities as the executive director for the J.P. Harrington Database Project and working directly with tribes on that. I've also worked with the Shingle Spring, or not Shingle Springs, but with Yochadihi Wintu Nation as the cultural resources manager there, and largely working with site protection and that function. And I was the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer with Buena Vista Rancheria.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. Dr. Sarmento, what are your areas of specialization as a doctor of philosophy in Native American studies?
Again, my focus was on language revitalization, language reclamation, really, with my own community, the Shasta in Northern California. Again, my focus was on, I have a designated emphasis in second language acquisition, but a lot of my other work is also in site protection and archaeology.
Thank you. And could you state how long you have held your position as Executive Director of Cultural Resources within Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians for?
So with Shingle Springs, I've been here about just shy of 7 years, and we'll be hitting that mark fairly soon.
And did you submit your testimony with the support of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
I did.
Great, thank you. Dr. Sarmento, thinking a little bit about the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians history, how does the Delta relate to the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
So, and I know that there's been lots of great testimony today, specifically for Shingle Springs and talking about the Delta. It is the lifeblood, the heart of their culture. So they gather plant materials to animal materials, utilize water in ceremony, utilize all those materials in making regalia. It's really that life that they have in with the community. But it also works to help with language revitalization and all these other things within our own organization here with Shingle Springs.
And for how long has the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians stewarded the Delta?
So Shingle Springs, the people from there have always, since time immemorial, stewarded and had responsibilities with the Delta.
And for how long has Shingle Springs relied on the Delta?
Again, since time immemorial.
And what kinds of resources has Shingle Springs relied on the Delta for since time immemorial?
Oh, again, it's the water resources directly, so utilizing that in ceremony, plant resources for making baskets and regalia, but also animal resources that in terms of also, again, sort of regalia. But there's also the other underground resources in terms of archaeological resources that are burials and archaeological sites. So the tribe really stewarded all of those and has responsibilities for all of those.
Thank you, Dr. Sermeno. Dr. Sermeno, which traditional Nisenan and Miwok villages does the Shingle Springs community have direct ties with along the Sacramento River?
So I'll kind of pause a little bit and really, I know we did a little bit of the site visit the other day, and a lot of the folks got to actually see those areas. So there's two main villages. It's Wallach near Verona, near the Feather and Sacramento rivers, and then the village of Pashune down at the confluence of the Sacramento and American rivers. But to be clear on that, while those are the two main villages that the tribe is directly related to, there's lots of villages all along the Sacramento River and within the Delta that the tribe still has connections to that may or may not have names to them.
And along those lines, how far south, to your knowledge, in the Delta did Shingle Springs ancestral lands extend?
So I think the way that I think about that one is that the tribe in its TEK program has utilized lots of areas down south of Sacramento. I think of Stone Lakes Reserve as like a perfect example of that. A lot of like in terms of like how far down south, like again, sort of like Hood and Stone Lakes are kind of markers, but in terms of like actually going after resources, so Thule or other kinds of animal resources or et cetera, they'll go beyond those boundaries to be able to obtain them if they're able to.
And what was the date that the land in Verona, where the ancestral village of Wallach is located, was taken into trust by Shingle Springs?
So this was taken into trust in the last, I think it's last year and a half or so.
And could you please describe the location of Verona? I know for those maybe not on the site visit yesterday.
Yeah, so this the location of Verona, it's partially a marina, so it has boat ramps associated with it. But again, this is at the confluence of the Feather River and the confluence of the Sacramento River. So where those two are meet. So there's a point that sort of sticks out right there when looking across the river. It is quite brilliantly green right now because of all the water that we have, but also because of all the rain that we've recently gotten.
So to confirm, is Verona a riparian parcel?
Yes, correct.
And how has the tribe's forest removal from their ancestral waterways impacted the tribe's cultural and spiritual practices?
So you can use Verona as a good example, but Pashune also as a good example of this. So a lot of it is access to those spaces. So in terms of the tribal members having direct access to them, previous to the tribe actually having ownership of Verona, the tribe had wasn't while doing some gathering in the area, there was definitely private property issues and sort of trespassing and other kinds of things that sort of prevent from going on to tribal lands that they would have had access to in the past. Pashune sort of similarly, well, while there may have been resource gathering sort of in the at some point in the past, it was definitely stopped because they didn't have access to private land ownership that prevented them from getting there. Now the tribe does have an MOU with the state parks in order to have access to those spaces, but that's through a lot of really hard work that the tribe has gone through to get that.
And could you please briefly describe how the tribe relates to excuse me, could you please briefly describe the tribe's current relationship to ancestral waterways today?
So I've again sort of that idea of the lifeblood of this. So community members are actively going out into these spaces to practice ceremony and also do gathering. I think of some of the programs that we have with our TEK program. So maybe I'll take a step back and talk a little bit about Cultural Resources Division here at Shingle Springs. So that department has 4 different departments within it. It has an exhibits and collections program, a site protection program, a TEK program, as well as a language program. And kind of all of those programs utilize the Delta in different kinds of ways. So a good example is, again, going out to, we'll talk like Verona or Pashune or just any site in general. Like the TEK may take tribal members to spaces, in which case they may be learning language and other things from tribal members that are actively mentoring tribal youth. So the tribe's TEK program is active in doing a lot of those things. And again, we've worked extraordinarily hard to build relationships with state parks and other partners to be able to have access to these spaces.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. Dr. Sarmento, how would additional diversions from the Sacramento River watershed affect Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians tribal members' ties to their lifeways?
So I think about this in terms of whether or not there's adequate water and safe water. So I think that one of the tribe actively, again, sort of does events like at Verona and has done events at Pashune in the past. But like at Verona, we've had several events where we're looking to either transmit language. So we had like a language day camp that was at that facility. We also had a elders meeting or elders gathering at that facility, at that space. Like in terms of like the water, if the water is not safe for people to be at, we're actively removing people from those spaces because we want to make sure that they're okay. We don't want them to get sick from the water. And like in terms of like, again, sort of like having like the different flows with water, whether you have low flow or high flow, there's active sort of the banks along Verona, but the banks just generally along the riverway. There's active cultural resources within some of those spaces, and we're trying to make sure that those are being protected as well. So it kind of ranges from different in terms of different aspects that are needing sort of either protection or need like the desire for like community to actively participate in that space.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. How has Shingle Springs maintained its TEK, traditional ecological knowledge, alive post-colonization?
So I think that the way to think of it is like the community actively had to go in a lot of ways underground to protect their culture. So community and families like kept knowledge internally and worked within their own sort of like, and I'll say family unit as like as an example. But more recently, because we have a traditional ecological knowledge department that actively works with the community, we're going out and doing events and doing things very I don't want to say publicly, but it is publicly. Like we're going out and we're doing things actively with the community, and again, sort of with our partners, and developing active relationships to be able to steward the land, but also make sure that we're we're maintaining those generational connections to that land and to the people, and that we're passing that information down through time.
And Dr. Sermeno, can TEK be easily replaced?
TEK is extremely difficult to kind of it's a difficult to replace it. Like you can keep that knowledge, but if you lose a plant in an area, you have to work towards rebuilding that biome, right? So it means that if you completely remove oaks, if you completely remove all the plants that are in a specific area, and you plant, just sort of grass seed in it, to rehabilitate it back to what it really was is going to take 1 or 2 generations to be able to get it back to where it was previously. So it's not that it can't be done. It has actively been done. It takes real effort, planning, and commitment to be able to do that. And that's you can see that with lots of projects that have happened in other sort of in other spaces. So Klamath River, like right now, there's active restoration going because of the dams. That's like a perfect example of space that was severely damaged over 100 plus years that is now being rehabilitated. So you kind of have the same kind of thing where you're actively having the damage that is along the river. You would actually have to actively work towards restoration. It's real effort.
Thank you. And Dr. Sermeno, what parts of the Delta does Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians TEK program visit?
So I think with the TEK program, we try to visit specific villages and locations that are known to the community. Again, Verona is like a perfect. The village of Walak is a perfect example of a space that they would go. There's also Pashune, Kadama is also another location. But there's multiple locations that we go out that are throughout the Delta that have either specific plant resources that the tech department is actively looking to get. Essentially, you don't want to go into an area that is not going to have a resource. So you want to try to find whatever that resource. If a space doesn't have Thule in it, we have to move to another space in the Delta, as an example.
Thank you, Dr. Sermeno. Dr. Sermeno, in your expert opinion, is the Delta currently suffering?
I think it is, and part it's a lot of it is just the active work that the tribe has done to understand that area, and again, sort of looking at the tribe's investment into environmental scientists and environmental studies, and trying to marry that sort of Western and the tribal knowledge space. So in terms of like looking at that, I mean, through like right now, it is in dire need of assistance. So that's where TEK and restoration work is actively needed.
And how has the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians woven Western science and TEK together?
Again, I would point to the in the last several years, I believe it was like 2022, we hired on an environmental scientist to actually actively gather data that in waterways, so that way the tribe knows about it. Again, I pointed to the language day camp as an example of something that was being tested actively. Like we actually actively asked, like we knew that day camp was happening that week. We asked the scientists to go out and actively check the area again, just to make sure that everything was either on the up and up, or if there was HABs or E. coli present, and if there was, we would make a turn in a different direction. So he went out, he did the research, he gathered the information, and we found that we had to cancel that and move it to another date. So the tribe is actively doing this now.
And how has the degradation of the delta affected the living organisms that reside in it?
So again, a lot of the species, I think, a lot of the species are either failing on the endangered species list. I think that there's just you're seeing sort of the same things actually, like with plant and animals on the surface. So example would be like Pashune as a perfect example. There was no tule in some of the areas, or are not Pashune on the other side, where it is near Discovery Park. There's no active tules over there. So like in some of those spaces, we're not seeing plant and animal resources in spaces that we would normally see plant and animal resources.
And thank you, Dr. Sormeno. And how has the degradation of the delta affected the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians' cultural practices?
Again, specifically, we've had like several events that we've had out there and had them canceled. But really being able to take part in water and utilizing water within ceremonies. So if water quality is poor, the cultural activity in which they're trying to do, they can't do it. So it kind of equates to a sort of cultural genocide of having no access to water because the water quality would be so poor. And again, we're actively looking to like try and make that better and try to understand that better, so that way we can protect tribal members, but also protect the public.
Thank you, Dr. Sormeno. In your expert opinion, how would the DCP affect the integrity of the delta?
Well, again, I feel like the amount of water being sort of taken out of the system, you're going to have varying kinds of flows throughout the area. So in terms of plant and animal life and the access to cultural resources, in terms of what the tribe would be actively needing, like that's going to be the degradation that you're going to be seeing. You're potentially going to see cultural resources, and this could be shown in either artifacts or human remains, are going to start coming out of sidewalls. You could actively have the lack of certain kind of keystone species being in the area. So I'm pointing at kind of like one kind of example that actually helps the water, and that, not having those kinds of things, and like the varying flows are going to be the thing that are going to actively degrade the area.
Thank you, Dr. Sormeno. I'd now like to ask you some questions about consultation. Could you please explain the importance, in your opinion, of government-to-government consultation for Delta tribes, like the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, regarding water projects in their ancestral lands?
So, consultation for the tribe is always we always want to be face to face. We always want to make sure that we're understanding who we're talking to across the table when we're doing that. But it also has to be meaningful. It's the fact that there may be disagreement about a thing, but we come to sort of meaningful conclusions at whatever the end is. I don't know if there's any. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Sormeno. And could you please describe your opinion of the treatment of tribes in the Stakeholder Engagement Committee process for the DCP?
So the stakeholder engagement committee process was actually really awkward for tribes in a kind of couple ways. One, we had in terms of like representation, we did have representation on there, but it was only Vice Chair Melissa Tayaba and Chair Jesus Torango from Wilton Rancheria. So he was the alternate in that space. Like in terms of the number of tribes like in the vicinity, there are more tribes in the area that could have and should have participated in that process. Additionally, sort of the representation of sort of recognized and non-recognized tribes that could have participated in that process wasn't there. Like in terms of the TEC, so the Tribal Engagement Committee and AB 52 consultation. So the idea with AB 52 consultation from a tribal perspective is that is supposed to be at the beginning of a project. So when agency comes up with an idea for a project, they should be contacting the tribe right away to be able to say, hey, I've got an idea about a project. Let's talk about this and talk about what that's going to look like. So in terms of like that SEC process, we're already sort of getting information like sort of handed to us in that case. The AB 52 consultation is also sort of doing some of that as well. So we're not actually having meaningful engagement about a process and the actual design of a project. It's we're just sort of being told that this is kind of the project, this is kind of what it looks like. Additionally, sort of the sort of that tribal that sort of like cart before horse thing is happening with that sort of, again, that SEC process is taking place and we're gathering information from it, but tribes are not like actually going to engage in that public space. A lot of tribes have confidential information that they want and need to provide to the state and state agencies to be able to actively participate in tribe and tribal protection of those spaces. And a public forum is not that space. So in terms of like, if the tribe knows about an area that's going to be affected by it, it's not a good idea for them to be giving confidential information out there. So there's this hesitancy in sort of being able to have that conversation about that sort of resonates throughout the entire process of it.
Thank you, Dr. Sermano. Dr. Sermano, how would you expect the DCP will impact tribal beneficial uses of Delta waters?
So I think that the largest impact is going to be to the tribe's culture, and that's going to be like how they utilize water moving forward. Water is an important resource that is utilized through multiple ceremonies and religious activities. So not having access to that is really the thing that's going to, be detrimental to the community, and being able to pass down that information from generation to generation, again, sort of amounting to a kind of cultural genocide by like not having access to these spaces because we've ruined a resource.
Thank you, Dr. Sermano. Back to consultation, could you please summarize your opinions on the adequacy of DWR's consultation with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians in planning for the proposed DCP?
So I think the best way to think of it, again, is sort of that cart before horse, that sort of we're given information at the SEC, like in terms of a tribal engagement committee or group, like there was the need for the tribe to actually have active communications with other tribes to understand like what's going on with the process. So like in terms of having sort of the larger conversation about like what the DCP is going to be doing and what the tribes are being asked and need to provide, or other kinds of information to be able to protect cultural resources, there's sort of this disconnect between those processes. So like, that because there's that disconnect, it makes that conversation sort of meaningless in a lot of ways, because it becomes a checkbox activity. The goal of that consultation is to have meaningful consultation. And if we're sort of talking and not listening that's the problem, is we're sort of being handed information and we're not actually having a conversation sort of with the larger tribal group in a way that's meaningful. We're not having a good conversation that's with the larger SEC in a way that's meaningful. So it, like, all of these processes are kind of damaged from this sort of checkbox process.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. Dr. Sarmento, what, in your opinion, would meaningful government-to-government consultation look like?
Again, for Shingle Springs, I think of this as like face to face is a part of it, but it's that sort of active relationship that we're talking about from a beginning of a project. So you come up with an idea of a project, the tribe is actively working with the agency to understand what the needs are, what the end game is. And I always I think one of the things I always think about is consultation doesn't end when the project is done. It changes into something completely different at a certain point. It like moves to this relationship space. So there's always a need for tribes to be actively participating in it, because the tribe's relationship with that space isn't changing, as well as the agency's space isn't changing through time. I think of this project that I had years and years ago with Caltrans, and there was a site that was near a road, and we did all this great work to protect it, and we pat ourselves on the back for it, and then a year later we come back to the same spot and it's been vandalized. And we didn't think about all these other kinds of things that were going on after the fact, and we weren't actively monitoring the area. Caltrans wasn't actively monitoring the area either. So there's this need to actively be active participants in that through time. It's not just a sort of, well, the project is done, we've completed said project, thanks. And now we're not doing sort of the other piece of that consultation. Again, it's a conversation between active partners on this, so that government to government working together to do said thing.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. One more question for you. If the Delta's water quality continues to deteriorate, what would this mean for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
Again, I would point out a kind of cultural genocide with that. It's really just sort of the ability for members to actively engage with the environment around them that they have been a part of since time immemorial. It would sever that connection. So again, I'm happy to be working with a community that actively wants to take responsibility and do things in a positive way.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarmento. That was all of my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. Thank you, Ms. Castro Galindo. I believe next we are turning to Mr. Mulcahy.
That's correct.
And if the hearing team could please elevate Mr. Mulcahy.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if possible, would we be able to have 2 minutes to do his audio?
Of course. Why don't we go ahead? Let's take 5 minutes and we'll come back at 1:39.
Thank you so much. But not right now, because we're still on break. I like that too.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. And I see we have Mr. Mulcahy. Welcome, Mr. Mulcahy.
Hi, Officer Kinsey. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. And I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure if I can see someone from DWR, just to make sure we're all present on the Zoom. You can give me a thumbs up. Thank you. Appreciate that. And with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Castro Galindo.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. All right. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mulcahy. To begin, can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Well, my English name is Gary Mulcahy, and my Winnemem Wintu name is Ponte Tewas. Gary Mulcahy is GaryMulcahy. Ponte Tewas is Pontitewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, is Exhibit DTEC 035 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Are exhibits DTEC 036, DTEC 037, DTEC 038, DTEC 039, and DTEC 040 true and correct copies of the documents that are cited in your written testimony?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Mr. Mulcahy, what makes you qualified to appear here as an expert witness today?
Well, I've been involved in tribal issues and water issues now for about almost 30 years. I'm the government liaison for the Winnemem Wintu tribe. I've been the government liaison since 2000. During my term as government liaison for the Winnemem Wintu tribe, I've testified before the Little Hoover Commission. I was a member of the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force, was implemental in helping form the Tribal Advisory Committee for the State Water Plan update, was part of the working investment storage advisory group, was part of EJCW when we helped form an EJ committee for the Cal-Fed Bay Delta Plan, testified before the Bay Delta Plan on the raising of Shasta Dam, have worked with various regional water boards on integrated regional water management plans, have worked in a variety of areas for fishery introduction, fish survival, and water policies and issues throughout the state. And there's more, but that's enough, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. I'd like to ask you some questions about the Winnemem Wintu people. Mr. Mulcahy, for how long have the Winnemem Wintu people lived in the headwaters of the Delta for?
The Winnemem Wintu have been on the McCloud River in the upper watershed of the Sacramento River for time immemorial. 10,000 years, I guess, at least.
And did the Winnemem Wintu sign a treaty with the federal government?
We signed a treaty in 1851 at Readings Ranch in Cottonwood, California. The representative that signed the treaty was Noroputus, signed it on behalf of Oaxaca, which means North people, which was the Wintu at the time. We're known by several different names like Okanuchu, Barrett Indians, Barrett Auxiliary, Wailaka, Wintun, Northern Wintun. But yes, we were signatories to that treaty, and at the time we thought the treaty was being honored.
And what were the Winnemem Wintu entitled to under this treaty?
According to that treaty, if we ceded the lands, but we would be given a 25-mile square reservation on the McCloud River, parts of Sacramento River, and parts of Pitt River, which would be our traditional homeland. So we signed the treaty and agreed to the terms of the treaty.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. And Mr. Mulcahy, since then, have the Winnemem Wintu remained in their traditional homelands?
We have tried to remain in our traditional homelands. We have a couple of villages where folks still live, but we were moved off of our traditional homelands in the 1940s when the Bureau of Reclamation built Shasta Dam. U.S. Congress passed 55 Stat 612, which was a statute at large called the CVP Indian Lands Acquisition Act, and for other purposes. And that allowed the Bureau of Reclamation to go in and take possession of all the land around the McCloud River, Sacramento River, Upper Pitt River, in order to build Shasta Dam and flood our territories. Part of that law, though, that was put forth was they were supposed to pay us just compensation for the land. They did not. They were supposed to give us like land. They did not. And they were supposed to remove all of our burials and move them into a cemetery somewhere else and put that cemetery in trust in the name of the tribe or a family, as the case may be. They did not. They did move the burials to another cemetery, but they placed the cemetery in trust as the Shasta Reservoir Indian Cemetery. And there's no Shasta Reservoir Indians because Shasta Reservoir wasn't around until the dam filled up.
And Mr. Mulcahy, how are the Winnemem Wintu's historical village sites, sacred sites, and burial sites affected by the filling of the Shasta Dam?
When the dam filled, it flooded over 90% of our traditional lands. We lost sacred sites, burial sites, village sites, ceremonial sites, cultural gathering sites. About 90% of our territory was gone. It also flooded any of the few allotments that were given to some of the Winnemem Wintu that did not remain on the traditional homeland, but were awarded allotments, and those were flooded out also. So we were homeless Indians.
Mr. Mulcahy, I'd now like to ask you some questions about the Winnemem Wintu's relationship with the Noor, also known as salmon in English. How are the Winnemem Wintu's lifeways connected with the Noor?
The salmon, the Noor, are sacred to the Winnemem Wintu people for a number of reasons. In our creation story, when the Creator was and the spirits left the mountain, we believe that we came from Mount Shasta and a spring on Mount Shasta. But when the spirits came out and they took their forms, you had bear, eagle, squirrel, all the different spirits came out, and salmon came out. It was a spirit. The last spirit to come out of the mountain was this pretty insignificant spirit. And they said, well, we're going to be human. And that was us. But when we came out, grandfather looked down at us and said, wow, these guys are going to need a lot of help because we were pretty pitiful. I mean, we couldn't speak, could barely walk, couldn't talk to the other spirits. So we were kind of homeless then too, I guess. And salmon, all the spirits came back and said, well, we're going to help you. And salmon said, we'll give you our voice so that you can speak with all things, all your relations, all the spirits around you. But you must always talk for us in the future, protect us and look after us. So that's how the Winnemem got their voice and are able to talk and speak and communicate. And since the salmon gave us their voice, we have always spoke for the salmon, advocated for the salmon, protected the salmon as best we can, and the salmon has always given back to us. The Noor, the Lendada Noor, which is the grandfather salmon, have always given back to us for nourishment. They were our main means of sustenance through time immemorial before the dam cut them off from the historical spawning sites.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, what status does the winter run Chinook salmon currently hold?
not good. The winter run salmon, the winter run Noor are on the verge of extinction. The spring run salmon, which is their cousins, are moving fast toward endangered and extinction. The fall run salmon, they're other cousins. Now there used to be two different distinct runs of salmon, falls run, early fall and late fall, and they have been so bad because of conditions that the major commercial salmon seasons have been closed now for 3 years. Recreational season was a whole 7 days this last year. Last year it was not even existent. And that's because of the fate and the state of the salmon populations in the Sacramento River. As to the winter run specifically, the winter run's historical spawning habitat was above Shasta Dam in the McCloud River, the Upper Pitt River, the Upper Sacramento River, where there was hundreds of miles of spawning habitat, prime habitat with cold water springs that helped nourish the eggs, protected the juveniles while they were up there. But when Shasta Dam got put into place, it effectively extirpated the salmon from up above the dam. And now they have very little salmon habitat and spawning areas below it. And I'll talk to you about what we're trying to do to help that a little bit later on, if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, in your expert opinion, how would increased exports of water out of the Delta impact the Chinook salmon?
Well, you don't need to be an expert to know what will happen there if you've lived it, and we've lived it. We've seen what the reduction in water supplies has done to the salmon populations and to our cultural gathering spots with the building of Shasta Dam, with Keswick Dam, with the barriers all up and down Battle Creek and Sheer Creek, all over the place. You reduce the flows, you reduce the ability of salmon to survive because they don't have the cold water necessary for migrating downstream or migrating back upstream. Your cultural resources gathering areas are not nourished. You reduce flows, you reduce the possibility that salmon will even continue to survive.
And what will happen to the Winnemem Wintu people if Noor go extinct?
We believe that whatever happens to the salmon happens to the Winnemem Wintu. If the salmon go away, the Winnemem Wintu go away. And that's not just hyperbole. The salmon are so intricate or interrelated in our spirituality, our religious practices, our songs, our dances, our culture. They are part of us. We are part of them. Without the salmon, we no longer can be Winnemem. Those songs and those dances are not relevant anymore because now you're talking and singing about ghosts because they're not there. So once the salmon are gone, we believe our people are gone because we can no longer be Winnemem.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. I'd now like to ask you some questions about HABs, harmful algal blooms. Mr. Mulcahy, are you aware of any harmful algal blooms in the Delta or its headwaters in the last couple of years?
There's been some serious outbreaks of HABs all up and down the Sacramento River watershed in the last couple of years. Those are well documented. But the ones that aren't well documented are the ones up around where we hold ceremony. And the reason why they're not well documented is because they're up above the dam. And like on Squaw Creek, over Lower Pitt River, and some over on the McCloud River. And we've had some very bad outbreaks of HABs because of extra flows taking out of the dam, stagnating flows within those tributaries, and we have been able to hold ceremonies when the HABs are present.
And do many tribal ceremonies involve contact with the water?
Almost all tribal ceremonies involve contact with the water, unless is, a young man being introduced to the sugar pines or those things. But every other, well, even that has a water element to it. We have a ceremony that we introduce anybody, whether it's tribal member or guest, whatever, to the waterways in our homeland or the waterways that we are tending to at the time. And what that ceremony is you bend over, you cup, and you put the water from there over your head, and you put the water on your heart, and that introduces you to that area as a new spirit. This is you. This is a place for you. This place knows you now. You are a part of this place, and that's a part of a ceremony. You can't do that ceremony when there's HABs around. We have a ceremony where a young girl coming of age has to swim across a waterway from one side to the other after the 4 days she's been on the one side preparing for womanhood. When she comes across, she's brought into the tribe as a full woman. She can't do that ceremony if there's HABs present in the waterway because it's not safe to swim across the water. There's just many other examples of that, but that gives you an idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. I'd like to ask you some questions about consultation now. Mr. Mulcahy, do you believe that DWR consulted adequately with the tribes along the Sacramento River regarding the proposed DCP?
Sorry. Yeah, it's funny that on who's testifying today is, I believe, 3 of the tribes that are on the table that is in chapter 32 of the EIR. I believe United Auburn Indian community was there, Shingle Springs in there, and Winham and Wintu. Guess what? All 3 of us are going to tell you no. The tribal consultation was not adequate, and here is why. This project is going to affect the Sacramento River watershed. The Sacramento River watershed starts at Mount Shasta, comes into the McLeod, Sacramento Pit Rivers, in behind Shasta Dam, down through the Sacramento River, and even Trinity River water is pumped over into Whiskeytown Lake and put into the Sacramento River to flow down. So those tribes that were talked to, there's 5 on the list in chapter 32 on the table. There's only 5. We're one of them. Shingle Springs is one of them. And even in our after summary, you can look, I think it's DTEC 40, where what we had talked about with DWR consultation after consultation after consultation was that salmon was a tribal cultural resource, that it was imperative that the tribe show that this is a tribal cultural resource because it is intricate to our religion and our beliefs. There is nowhere you can see in that chapter 32 when they talk about a tribal cultural landscape or what any tribal cultural resources are, that there's anything mentioned in there about salmon as a tribal cultural resource. And that's what we talked about. 16 consultations and 2 information meetings. Nothing we said, it seems, came through to what to DWR in their EIR. And if they were going to do adequate consultation for this project, I heard Dr. Sarmento earlier say that, yeah, it's like a cart before the horse. They figured out their project, and now let's go see if we can find some people to talk to. Well, let's talk about that project. This project has been evolving now for what, 10 years? I mean, we had the twin tunnels that were proposed, which got pared down to 1 tunnel, which then finally got pared down to this current iteration of the Delta Conveyance project. So DWR has known for how many years at what part of the river and who was going to be affected on the river by their decision to build this project and to implement it one way or the other. There's tribes all up and down the Sacramento River watershed that should have been consulted and needed to be consulted. We were consulted because we heard of it and asked. We weren't asked by DWR to be consulted. We weren't given a notice. We sent the notice in that we wanted to be. But you've got Redding Rancheria, you've got Pascanta, you've got Calusa, you've got Calzaldihi, you've got tribes all up and down that should have been consulted because these tribal cultural resources, and DWR has said that there's a tribal cultural landscape here. Well, if there's a tribal cultural landscape, then talk to the tribes that it's going to affect it. And that means all of the tribes. I mean, you got Wilton and I mean, I could go on. I mean, so no, do I believe there was adequate consultation? No, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, can you please give an example of how TEK has been effectively used in natural resource management in the past?
I can't.
And
the reason why I can't, I don't understand your question. The TEK and natural resource management, for them or for us? And what I mean for them, the people that aren't tribal members, or for us as tribes. So how are you putting that question out? Clarify your question.
Sure. Can you please give an example of how TEK has been effectively used in natural resource management for tribes in the past?
I can't answer that either because I don't know how they've used that, how tribes use that, and tribes tech. Tribal ecological knowledge is intricate to a specific tribe in a specific place. Each tribe has its own tribal ecological knowledge. The Winnemem-Wintu's tribal ecological knowledge comes from generations and generations and generations before me, from the folks that first stepped out of the spring all the way down, and how they have interacted and interrelated with the environment around them. What roots, what gathering areas are safe to gather at, what species are good sustenance, how to protect those species, how to protect your land area, whether it's with fire or whether it's with other kinds of stewardship. But that is all knowledge that is passed down from generation to generation to generation. And that's all, specific to place. Winnemem-Wintu tribal ecological knowledge is not the same as Shingle Springs tribal ecological knowledge, because their ecological knowledge is specific to their place, or to Pescanta, or to any of those others. So I'm not sure how I could relate that. And that's another reason why it was imperative for DWR to consult many tribes up and down the watershed if they are interested in utilizing tribal ecological knowledge in the development of their project, and to identify what types of harms might happen from the completion of their project.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, what would respecting the importance of TEK look like?
I'll give you a good example. Well, respecting the importance of TEK is, in 2 years ago, the Winnemem-Wintu signed a co-management agreement with NOAA Fisheries, with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, to reintroduce salmon on the McCloud River. Now, we're trying to reintroduce salmon on the McCloud River because of the state of the salmon populations. We know they're bad. I mean, they're dying. And if we can get salmon back into the McCloud River, they've got cold water that'll help sustain them and help repopulate the populations. Well, during this project, we're in the 3rd year of it now. California Department of Fish and Wildlife had these standard egg incubation systems that they did. They were kind of like cylinders. They were like pails, thin ones, and they had eggs here and eggs here and eggs here. Eggs run across them, and the water runs across them, and that's supposed to help them hatch. Well, they did have some success at hatching, but our chief said that that's not the way to do that. If you want to do that effectively, here's how we need to put up the salmon incubation system. And she, along with University of California, Davis, on her direction, designed a type of incubation system that was utilized tribal ecological knowledge layered and spread out and flowed. And that's where we put the eyed eggs. Eyed eggs are fertilized eggs, by the way, in case you want to know what eyed eggs were in there. Over the 3 years, we've had somewhere in the neighborhood of 80,000 eggs a year put in the incubation systems. The first year, there was 40,000 eggs, 20 in California CFWS in their system and 20,000 in ours. And we had a higher hatch rate. Out of that hatch rate, there are salmon that are still in the McCloud River from that first hatching, growing and haven't gone down the Sacramento River yet to the collection system, so we could put them in. DWR and BOR identified these like the first part of this year. We have full-grown salmon that are up and down the McCloud because that is the natural way that salmon lived. And this is from tech, from our relationship with salmon, knowing how they spawn and grow. Colleen, our boss, my chief, and myself and others knew that the salmon don't hatch and don't go all the way down to the bay right now. They hung out, historically, they hung out in the rivers for months, even years, and got bigger and bigger and stronger before they migrated down south. And that seems to be what is happening now with these older fish that are still in the river. And that was all based on tech, tribal ecological knowledge. And no, I believe, I'm not sure which exhibit it is, but there's an exhibit that says original salmon stewards. That was an article that was put together by NOAA Fisheries regarding this project and the use of the tech and how the success has been, and that now they're trying to incorporate that in their future projects because of the significance of how it worked.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. I'd now like to ask you some questions on water rights. Can you please describe the status of the Winnemem and Wintu's water rights within California's water rights system?
We don't have any.
And so to clarify, do the Winnemem and Wintu have water rights under California's first in time, first in right water rights system?
Do we have water rights under the first in time, first in right water rights system? No. Do I look white? Did the Winnemem and Wintu look white? No, the only people that had first in time, first in right water rights in the state of California until it became codified were white folks. People that went out and they put a note on a tree saying, this is ours now. And whether there was tribal people that lived there at the time, they were disregarded. If they went up there and laid a claim by a note on a tree saying, we're gonna pan for gold here, or we're gonna lay a claim here for land, they were awarded the water rights for that. And that's all these pre-1914 people that have got granted water rights. And yes, they were white. Let's be honest.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. I have one more question for you. Do you have an opinion as to how the state should deal with the proposed DCP in light of unrecognized tribal water rights?
Well, let's say this. There are about 101, 102 federally recognized tribes in the state of California. There are approximately 83 non-federally recognized tribes in California. The federally recognized tribes have federally reserved water rights. And most of those, if not all of them, I think maybe the UROX has been adjudicated. I'm not quite sure. But all of those tribal water rights have not been adjudicated in the state of California. So those tribes' water rights are being utilized in allocations as unallocated water, but because they're not being recognized as being tribal water rights because they haven't been adjudicated yet. The non-federally recognized tribes in California don't have any water rights at all unless they have some land that they're on, and then they have some riparian water rights, which is under California law. But somewhere down the road, the state of California really does need to look at tribal water rights for both federally and non-federally recognized tribes, because California now is recognizing that non-federally recognized tribes are here to stay. They've been in California for time immemorial, and they need to help us out some way or another. And our opinion is, now this is opinion, and I'm sure somebody will object, well, that's a legal conclusion. But it's a legal opinion based on what has happened historically with tribal water rights. And our opinion, the Winnemem-Wintu's opinion, is that no further water rights, period. Whether it's for the DCP water right hearing, whether it's for a water permit of any sort, should be granted, period, until tribal water rights in the state of California have been adjudicated and accounted for. Because right now, the state of California is stealing water from the tribes, and they continue to do it. Until they adjudicate them, we're just non-existent to them, as always. That's my opinion.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Mulcahy. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy, and thank you, Ms. Castro Galindo. I believe with that, we can turn to cross-examination. Well, I think we should bring up, I don't know, I'll look to you, Ms. Morris. Do you want all of the witnesses? Or are you going to go one at a time? What would you prefer here?
Well, I think given the sound and the location, it might make sense to go one at a time. So I think I will attempt to do it that way. And I see Ms. Thompson has her hand up.
Yes, please, Ms. Thompson.
Sorry,
Now you're all on mute.
Speakers.
Just turn it on. I was just breathing to help with cross-examination.
Wonderful. Thank you. I know it's a little tricky in the situation you have there. And I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, did you say who you would like to start with?
No, but I was just going to pass on some advice. We found that if you have more than one speaker on, even if they're far apart, you get the reverberation. So you have to practice synchronized muting and unmuting. We're quite good at it, I think, at this point. I think I will start with Dr. Diver, but I first wanted to acknowledge the entire panel and to say thank you all for being here today and sharing your testimony. We have read your testimony and appreciate the time that you took to draft it and present it this morning and this afternoon. I know that you all are very busy doing important work, and I will try to be efficient in my questions, but thank you very much for being with us. And I think we all met or at some point, I am Stephanie Morris, outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources, and I will be asking questions today. Good afternoon, Dr. Diver. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Dr. Diver, are you authorized to speak on behalf of any recognized tribe in the state of California today?
I'm testifying today as an independent scholar who is representing my own research and a wide body of scholarly work that considers the larger policy landscape of tribal self-determination in the context of water governance and salmon protection. So I am presenting as an expert witness in that larger context. And
I
am
understand
for any
that.
particular tribe.
Not for any tribe. Thank you. And did you participate in any of the Delta Conveyance Project tribal consultation processes?
Thank you. As stated earlier, the testimony is in regards to the scholarly context of how traditional ecological knowledge is important in environmental policy making, particularly in the California policy landscape and in regards to tribal self-determination and self-representation issues that are more broad than any particular hearing process. So I did not participate in a hearing prior to this.
Okay, so first of all, my question was about the Delta Conveyance tribal consultation process, but I'll re-ask it, but I do want to actually just ask the hearing officer for a procedural clarification in which it's a check-in with you. We have not been making objections because we intend to do them in writing. That doesn't mean that we waive those objections, and we didn't want to interrupt. So I just want to make clear that we understand that as a process and ask for a clarification or affirmation, really, that is correct process.
And I can confirm that, and I anticipated that that was your approach here, that they would come in possibly to the extent you had any in writing afterwards. So I appreciate that, and I'm happy to clarify that, yes, that is my understanding and confirm the process.
Thank you. And so maybe I'll restate the question, and I understand the context of your testimony, but Dr. Diver, I'm allowed to ask questions sort of in a broader context, and you make some statements, and so I'm trying to clarify sort of what you were involved in. So let me try to ask this question again. Did you participate in any of the DCP tribal consultation process?
Thank you. I did not participate in a tribal consultation process.
And did you participate in any public meeting regarding the tribal consultation process for the Delta Conveyance project?
Thank you. I'm not participating in any public meetings in regards to the consultation.
And when you say you're not participating, does that also mean you haven't in the past?
Correct.
Thank you. If you were not involved in the consultation process, how do you, let me strike that. You said something that I couldn't find in your testimony. So let me confer. It says in your direct, you stated that TEK was relegated to a single chapter in the EIR. And I could not find that in your testimony. Can you point me to where you state that in your testimony?
Thank you. I was referring in my testimony to chapter 32, which does extensively engage with the Delta tribal cultural landscape area. And that area does include some reference to tribal knowledge. But in reading the other sections of the environmental impact review, one can find that traditional ecological knowledge is not in those sections.
Correct, but where did you say that in your testimony? You said this to me now and you said this on direct, but where in your testimony do you state that? In exhibit DTEC 83.
Thank you. I would add that this is from the opportunity I've had to do additional readings for the environmental impact review, which is quite extensive. In writing the testimony and for July, I did look carefully at chapter 32. However, the environmental impact review report is quite lengthy. And so with further review, it's clear that knowledge of Indigenous knowledge of the Delta is focused on that single chapter. Thank you.
So this is a new conclusion that you've come to after you submitted your testimony, and that's why I cannot find it.
Asked and answered.
Well, we might have to sort out who's making the objections, but overruled. I'll allow a clear answer. Please, Dr. Diver.
Thank you. I would add that this is from having additional time to review the full environmental impact review report, which is publicly available, but also quite lengthy. So thank you.
Can I don't think that answers my question. I specifically asked, is it a new, did you come to this conclusion after you submitted your testimony, Dr. Diver?
Thank you. That's a very simplified conclusion to make, but yes, I came to this conclusion after submitting testimony in recent review of the expert materials that are available on the DWR website.
And if we could pull up DTEC 83, please. Miss Mullen. And I would like to look at paragraph 28 of your testimony. Believe. Sorry, I'll get you a page number. I'm getting there. And maybe we could start on page 14.
Looks like paragraph 28 is on 16, if that's what you want.
I do. I just wanted to scroll through a couple of the bullet points here.
Sorry.
Yeah. I changed direction slightly. Sorry. But I wanted to look specifically at page 15 and Dr. Diver, starting here, you cite to several different chapters of the FEIR. For example, in this first bullet point, you are citing to chapter 13, correct?
Excuse me, can you be more specific about which bullet point?
First bullet point, this is terrestrial species, line 13, no, line 7.
Yes, I can confirm that this entire section is quoting DWR EIR documents, chapter 32. So it's a direct quotation of DWR documents.
And you see that you're citing what you cited references chapter 13, correct, of the FEIR?
Thank you for the question. The citation of chapter 13 is the direct statement of the DWR document as it is written in chapter 32. So that is correct.
You reviewed chapter 13, or did you just pull the citation?
Objection. This is a mischaracterization of the witness's testimony. She's already explained that this is pulled from 32 and it's directly the words of DWR talking about chapter 13.
And my question is whether she read chapter 13.
We'll go with that question.
Chapter 13 is the mitigation chapters, if I am not mistaken. And I did review mitigation measures addressed and described in chapter 13.
I think chapter 13 is a terrestrial chapter.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much. I read the summary version of chapter 13 described in the executive summary around terrestrial species habitats.
Did you read that prior to submitting your testimony?
I did, thank you.
And on the second bullet on that page, it references on line 16, chapter 12. Did you read chapter 12 prior to submitting your testimony?
Objection. Sorry, could we just pull up that chapter to make sure that the witness is familiar with exactly what we're talking about?
This is the witness's testimony, hearing officer Kinsey. I'm not inclined to pull up every chapter that she cited to. I'm trying to understand.
I'm not going to allow that either, in part because we don't have the citation here, which makes it a little difficult. But to Dr. Diver, if you don't recall what any of these chapters are, please let us know, and we will try to pin that down. But it will take possibly a little time.
Thank you. I'm happy for the question. I can clarify that in the testimony, if we were to go to the previous page 14, the citation that I have brought into the testimony states these are aspects of the tribal cultural landscape that have been written and described in DWR EIR documents within chapter 32, and this is a full quotation of the text in chapter 32. To respond to the question, I have read chapter 12. Prior to writing the testimony, I read the summary of chapter 12. And then since submitting written testimony, I have read the entire chapter for chapter 12.
Thank you. And just for purposes of the record and recording, is it possible, since multiple people are making objections, for whoever's objecting to identify themselves? I think because they're in the same room.
We're not in the same room. We're in separate rooms and on separate screens.
I think it should be captured, Ms. Morris, by the Zoom accurately with our naming convention here.
And then Dr. Diver, on the last bullet point on page 28, did you read chapter 19 prior to submitting your testimony today, or prior to submitting your testimony?
So let me clarify what you are referring to. You're referring to page 16, bullet point 28, or I'm sorry, I've lost the reference of
Ms. Mullen, can we scroll up just a little bit? I think we went down too far to get to where there's a reference.
Okay. Page 15.
To the bottom of page 15. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Okay. The bottom of page 15. So archaeological. So can you clarify the question, please?
Did you read chapter 19 prior to submitting your testimony?
Objection. Vague. Can we understand what chapter 19 pertains to?
Is this witness's testimony? Officer Kinsey.
I don't know. We can find chapter 19, but this is going to take a little while.
Or just define it. That's all I'm asking, is define what it pertains to help the witness.
Do you have a representation of that, Ms. Morris?
I mean, based on what the witness's testimony says, it says archaeological sites that are of sacred or important historical places. So I assume that's the archaeology chapter.
And to clarify, just to clarify for the record, I think again, Ms. Morris, this is a quotation in Dr. Diver's testimony. So it's actually a quotation from the EIR.
Correct. It's a DWR's direct language that was written in chapter 32. So all of these determinations are DWR determinations. For example, DWR has stated archaeological sites that are sacred or important historical places. It goes on to articulate within DWR document why and how. And in including this text, I'm simply stating DNR determinations. And so I appreciate the questions as to my having read those chapters or not, but I would clarify that these are determinations that DWR has made that I am bringing into this statement to help in my role as a scholar and in bringing the larger policy context for what it means to have a Delta tribal cultural landscape into the testimony.
So Dr. Diver, will you just clarify for me, do we need to turn to chapter 19 to refresh your memory as to whether or not you have read it, or are you able to answer Ms. Morris's question?
Happy to answer. I did not read chapter 19. Thank you.
And chapter 19, just I looked it up, is the cultural resources. Okay.
Excuse me, can I clarify? Chapter 19 is the archaeological sites chapter. Traditional cultural resources are within the larger chapter 32, if I'm not mistaken.
Chapter 19, I can pull this up in a minute and clarify. It is cultural research, but I'm happy to do it at a break when I can get
when we can find it. Let's bring it up at some point this afternoon, please.
Let's see. I wanted to now finally get to page 16 on paragraph 28. And in your testimony, Dr. Diver, you appear to find that DWR demonstrated the importance of meaningful inclusion of TEK and Indigenous peoples in the assessment process, where you quote the FEIR in paragraph 28. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. I am quoting from the DWR statement that the Delta is central to the identity and heritage of consulting tribes as a place of extraordinary cultural significance.
And you're doing more than that a bit, though, in 28, because I think it's your opinion that you're demonstrating the importance of the inclusion of TEK, correct?
Objection. The attorney is testifying.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection. Can you say it again?
Testifying, characterizing the the witness statement.
I'll allow the question. Go ahead, Ms. Morris. You may have to rephrase it. I mean, say it again.
You're doing more than just quoting DWR in your own words on lines 9 and 10. You're saying that demonstrating the importance of meaningful inclusion of TEK, and then you are quoting the FEIR, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And have you reviewed Chapter 32 of the FEIR and the associated appendices?
Objection, compound.
Try them one at a time.
Have you read Chapter 32 of the EIR?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Did you read Appendix A?
Yes, I have read the appendices for Chapter 32.
All of them?
To my recollection, I have read all the appendices for Chapter 32. And if there are specific appendices to confirm that, I'd be happy to look at that.
And in your testimony in various places, you referred to mitigation proposed by the DCP or the DCP MMRPs. Have you reviewed DWR 1101R? And Ms. Mullen might be helpful to pull that up for Dr. Diver.
Thank you for the question. I'm not, I don't know what that numerical title refers to. So if
Ms. Mullen's pulling the document up for you. We just takes a quick minute. She's very fast. Have you read this document, Dr. Diver?
Let's see. Give me a second to determine what the document is.
Can we just identify the document for the witness, please?
It's on. Hearing Officer Kinsey, do you want me to read the title of the
Well,
document?
let me do it. I was thinking about the best. I'm sorry. I was thinking about the best way to do this. I will make a representation as the hearing officer. This is an exhibit that was submitted by DWR at the direction of the Administrative Hearings Office, identifying proposed permit terms for inclusion in any approval of the proposed change point of diversion. So this document is in the administrative record for this proceeding.
Thank you. I have not read this document.
And in your testimony in your direct testimony, you did not, in the writing, make this statement, but in your direct testimony, you talked about TEK not being holistically included in the decision-making. Do you recall that?
Objection, misstates testimony. Or in foundation.
I'll allow the question, but Dr. Diver, please feel free to clarify if you think there has been a mischaracterization there.
Thank you very much. Could you clarify the question, please?
Do you recall giving direct oral testimony, not written, that DWR did not include TEK holistically into the decision-making process for the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, again, this is still characterizing the testimony as not written and only oral. That may not be how Dr. Diver conceives of her testimony.
Well, that's exactly what I think we're there. So Dr. Diver, please do answer, and you're welcome to clarify what it is that you understood your testimony to be.
Thank you. I testified that TEK was not inclusively addressed as part of the EIR. So that would be yes.
And if you did not participate in any of the tribal consultation, how would you know what information tribes provided to DWR?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled, I'll allow it. Please, Dr. Diver.
Thank you. My review is focused on the decision-making documents provided in the certified final EIR that is the public record that we are discussing, to my knowledge, as part of the hearing process, as the written record that is responsible for evaluating the full range of testimony, and summarizing the determinations that have been made as a result of a larger process.
So is it fair to say that you are not relying upon, don't have any confidential information about and things that were shared in confidence with DWR, or how DWR considered those things other than the public record?
Objection compound.
I think that's fair. You can, if you would please break it down, Ms. Morris.
You just said that you're relying solely on the public record to support that determination, correct?
I think the point that I was making in my previous statement was that my evaluation is of the environmental review as a decision-making document, which does not indicate in its final determinations and the decision-making summary and outcomes that TEK has been adequately included in the process.
So my question, the second portion was, you were not involved, you already stated that you were not involved in the consultation process. So you're not aware of any confidential information that was shared with DWR through that consultation process, correct?
I'm aware of the decisions and summaries that represent how the outcomes of those broader participatory processes, although I was not present for the confidential conversation itself.
Are you aware if the EIR includes a confidential appendix that documents the consultation that is available to decision makers but not to the general public?
Thank you. I did see that written in the EIR.
And you did not have access to that since you're not a decision maker in this process, correct?
Objection asked and answered. If it's confidential, then she actually already answered. She didn't see it.
I'll allow the question, but if you would please clarify, Dr. Diver.
No, I have not reviewed confidential materials. I've reviewed the broader EIR document and the decisions and determinations around significant impacts or lack of significant impacts as it's been determined in the review document.
And in drafting your testimony, were you provided any information shared by the tribes with DWR during the consultation process?
No, I was not provided with information from the tribes as part of drafting my testimony.
And in your written testimony that you provided for this hearing, was it meant to inform the AHO and the State Water Resources Control Board about tribal consultation in general?
Thank you for the question. Can you please clarify with more detail what you're looking for with that question?
It's a question for you to answer based on your testimony, the written testimony that you provided. Was it your intent to provide an opinion that would inform the AHO about tribal consultation in general?
Thank you. I did intend, as is indicated in the testimony and the exhibits that are brought in through my testimony around the broader policy directives that are requiring direct government to government tribal consultation under state policy and law. I am not speaking in my written testimony to the individual experiences of tribal leaders about their individual experience.
So you're not offering an opinion in your testimony that DWR has not had meaningful tribal consultation, correct?
Thank you for that comment. I would not agree fully with that comment because the intent of the testimony is to evaluate the outcomes and summary documents, which do not indicate, as I shared in my testimony, that tribal ecological knowledge has been adequately included for the reasons I described earlier.
Thank you, Dr. Seib or Dr. Diver, but I think we determined that that was a new opinion that you couldn't point to in your written testimony. And so I'm trying to understand then if the intent of your testimony based on your written testimony, not your new opinion that you have shared with us today.
Objection, misstates testimony, argumentative.
Ms. Morris, be patient with me, please. Will you just run it by me again?
Yeah. My question was about Dr. Diver's written testimony and that she wasn't offering an opinion that DWR had meaningful tribal consultation. And she answered based on TEK and that the TEK was not sort of integrated, for lack of a better word. And when we had an earlier discussion at the beginning of this testimony, Ms. Diver said that that opinion was not in her testimony and she came to it after further review of the EIR after the submission of her testimony. So I'm trying to understand the purpose of the testimony was not offering opinion about DWR not having meaningful tribal consultation. And I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I can only ask questions based on what was provided in writing. That's how I prepare. And so when new things come out, it's difficult to try to revamp questions.
Indeed, but I'm not sure I understand I'm trying to.
Let me try again. Let me just try again.
Please, I also do need to re-raise this objection to testifying and arguing about on the record about Dr. Diver's testimony. This is again stating a characterization, not asking a question about her testimony is what seems to continue to be happening here.
We are having a dialogue about whether or not the questions are appropriate, so I will reserve my prerogative to look into that. But Ms. Morris, let's try. It sounds like we'll try again. Okay. Please.
Is the opinion you just offered regarding DWR's use of TEK in your written testimony?
Thank you very much for the question. Perhaps, since there's some challenge around getting on the same page, perhaps I can refer to page 17 of the written testimony.
If we can please go back to Ms. Diver's testimony, Dr. Diver's testimony, which
is DTEC.
There we go. Yep. Ms. Mullins ahead of us.
Yep. And I think Dr. Diver was looking for, yeah, you got it.
We're here. Thank you. Please, Dr. Diver.
So just to clarify, the written testimony is specifically here on paragraph 32, referring to DWR documentation and reports for the EIR that, in my opinion, are not evaluating long-term impacts on salmon runs. And this is in respect to the longer-term operations of the DCP. And combined with this testimony and earlier characterizations in the written testimony about the importance of salmon as an ecocultural resource to tribes, as well as established written testimony about the long-term thinking and time-tested knowledge of traditional ecological knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems. These components of the testimony are pieces of a the larger oral testimony shared today, establishing, in my expert opinion, that the intergenerational and long-term thinking that is brought to bear through bringing traditional ecological knowledge into decision-making is not present in the determinations of insignificant or less than significant impacts that are summarized in the final EIR document.
And if we could scroll down to this paragraph, I did have some questions for you about this paragraph. And you are talking about not impacts from the Delta Conveyance project in this paragraph, correct? But actually the long-term impacts from other water diversions and the larger water operations, correct?
No, I'm speaking about the Delta Conveyance project in this paragraph.
So when you say little attention is given to the long-term impacts on salmon runs from water diversions, you are specifically talking about the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, I am.
And have you reviewed the operations plan for the Delta Conveyance project that describes the diversions and the amounts?
Thank you for the question. I have reviewed the final environmental impact review documents that describe the overarching problem of declines in salmon abundance and salmon survival that are predicted to occur with increased diversions of water, loss of water quantity within the larger delta system. And it is those larger diversions from the DCP that raise questions about what will happen to water quality and what will happen to salmon over time, and what that then means when we bring traditional ecological knowledge into the equation for loss of tribal cultural identities.
And Dr. Diver, when you said you started talking about fishery impacts, are you referring to chapter 12, which you testified earlier today that you read only in full after submitting your testimony?
Thank you. I am referring to chapter 12, which was described in the executive summary, and I am also glad to have had additional time to review the full chapter prior to testifying today.
And Dr. Diver, would you agree that the decision to consult with a state agency is up to an individual tribe?
Can you clarify your question, please?
Which part do you not understand? I don't want to repeat the question if there's a piece that you don't understand.
What do you mean by decision to consult a state agency?
In the consultation process with the tribe, would you agree that the decision to consult with the state agency through that consultation process is up to an individual tribe?
I find that as a difficult question to answer. My understanding of the consultation process is that it's a two-way street, is that a state agency is required to provide an opportunity to a tribe to know about a consultation process and to understand the regulatory process guiding consultation, the entry point to consultation, and that is the first part of a consultation process. At the same time, a tribe can make an individual decision to choose not to engage if so chooses to do so. I'm also, I apologize, this is not in my written testimony, but I heard today that some of the tribes in the proceedings approached the state to request opportunities to engage in the process.
Well, since you brought that up, I will ask you a bunch of questions about that. But let me go back to this question to say, would you agree that once a state agency has invited a tribe to consult, it is up to that tribe about whether it wishes to and how it wishes to engage in consultation?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Thank you very much for the question. I am not able to respond to that question.
You don't have an opinion about that?
I believe a consultation process is context dependent, and so I can't respond to a generalized question like that.
But I asked you earlier if you're involved in the consultation for DCP, so I can't ask you a specific question because you were not involved in any consultation.
Objection testify.
I think that's fair. Ms. Morris, that was not a question. Do you have a follow-up question for Dr. Diver?
The state can't force a tribe to consult with them, can they? They can offer, they can invite, but they cannot require that a tribe, as a government-to-government consultation, engage in that consultation, correct?
Thank you for the question. I believe I already responded that a consultation process is government to government, which would indicate that it's a two-way street around a mutual agreement to move forward in a consultation process.
So, as a hypothetical, if I invite you to dinner, I invite you, you don't have to say, yes, you will go to dinner with me or not, right? You could say no.
Objection relevant.
I think that's fair, Ms. Moore. I mean, there is a different, and I'm not sure that the dinner is a good analogy because there's some question of what.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Would you agree that if a project proceeds, that the general public or other tribal citizens may not be fully apprised of confidential consultation that may have been conducted?
Objection calls for speculation and complete
To the extent you know, Dr. Diver, have an opinion in your professional experience.
You know, in my professional experience, it is completely within the realm of, you know, a sovereign tribe's decision space as a government to choose how it wishes to engage with a state agency in regards to decision making affecting their lands and peoples.
And would you agree that if a project proceeds, it does not mean that consultation did not consider TEK?
Objection vague as to consider.
Maybe you can clarify, Ms. Morris, with respect to what?
The TEK. Did it consider the TEK, which is what this Dr. Diver's testimony is all about?
No, I'm trying to consider the TEK with respect to what a document, a decision. Do you have a specific?
But if the project's moving forward, the decision's been made, that doesn't mean that TEK wasn't considered, does it?
I'm going to object again to vague as to consider, as into the levels of consideration. That's vague.
Overruled.
In terms of this project, there is a certified final environmental impact review document, which is intended to evaluate the set of impacts that are relevant for public trust resources for the Delta Conveyance Project and this shift in use for the larger Delta water resources. So in respect to the question, if we are looking at a final environmental impact review document as a decision-making document, my understanding is this is a meaningful evaluation point, and TEK should be integrated meaningfully following government to government consultation in that final EIR evaluation as an extremely important step in decision making.
I'm trying to think if you answered my question. Actually, I think might be a good time for a quick break so I can think about this. We haven't, if that's okay.
That's fine. When we're probably about due for one. Let's please go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:05. Welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. And with that, back to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DTEC 83 and go back to page 17? And Dr. Diver, do you see on line 20, you appear to be citing California DWR 2003B?
Yes, I do.
Is that potentially a typo?
No, I don't believe it is.
What document were you citing to for this statement?
This is listed in the references cited of the testimony, which should be alongside the written testimony, and it refers to public documentation shared by DWR summarizing for the public the results and meaning of the final environmental impact review conducted for the DCP.
Oh, okay. I think that was completed in 2023, not 2000. Maybe let's just do this. I'll do this. If we could go to page 37, please, of this document, Ms. Mullen. And do you see, if we could scroll down, I did not see, I'll just represent to you and you can tell me if I'm wrong, a California Department of Water Resources 2003B.
Thank you so much for that clarification. You're correct. That should be listed as 2023B in the testimony. It is a typo. However, it is listed correctly in the references.
And is that to the FEIR or is that to a summary that was published by DWR?
Thank you. That is the summary document sharing publicly the primary findings from the final EIR document.
And for, if we could go back to page 17, please. And scroll down to 32. For what portion of your statement in the sentence beginning on line 16, what portion of that are you citing to 2023B for?
Thank you. That is citing the final section of the sentence, 19 and 20, estimating yearly water diversions from the Delta to be equivalent for the amount of water used by 5.2 million people.
And do you know how much water that is?
Thank you for the question. I will be completely honest that I cannot give you the amount of water that is used by 5.2 million people.
Okay.
At this time.
In your testimony on direct, and you seem to be implying, I'm not suggesting, I'm asking for clarification, that the Delta Conveyance project would block salmon. Did you mean to say that, did I hear you correctly, that you're asserting that DCP would block salmon?
Thank you very much for the clarifying question. I don't believe I made any statements about blocking salmon. My statements are in reference to the final EIR determinations around fisheries and aquatic resources and findings from DWR data that indicate the DCP will lead to declines in salmon survival and abundance.
And where in your testimony do you have the citation for that statement that you just made?
Thank you for your question. Hold on just 1 minute while I reference this in the written document. So to provide a direct link to the written documentation, the section that I think is most relevant is on page 15, referencing page 15, line 15, referencing chapter 12 in the EIR. Chapter 12 here, and this is quoting from DWR's determination, indicates that the nominal effects of the project alternatives on character-defining fish and aquatic species habitats identified in Chapter 12 would be less than significant from a biological resources perspective, and the project would not materially impair an affiliated tribe's ability to physically, spiritually, or ceremonially experience these character-defining resource features of the Delta TCL. So this is the specific section in my written testimony that brings in concerns and determinations from Chapter 12. I have had further time to review the contents of Chapter 12 since, since the July deadline for submitting written testimony. In Chapter 12, it is very clear that declines in abundance and survival will occur with all projected alternatives.
So Dr. Diver, just to be clear, you already testified that this, what you pointed us to, which does not say what you just said now, was a direct quote from chapter 32, correct? Is there anywhere else in your, correct? Yeah. Sorry, you have to say yes or no. Or something else.
The section I'm quoting from is a direct quote from chapter 32, and the additional evaluation around what this means in terms of a final EIR determination that that should include traditional ecological knowledge as is directed by state policy and executive orders. And yet what we see is that there is inadequate consideration of the cultural importance of salmon and the long-term impacts on salmon.
And where do you say that last statement that you said in your testimony? Where is that in writing?
Objection, this has been asked and answered and clarified.
If it's not in writing, we can just say that.
Yes, I would say overruled. If you can just please clarify, Dr. Diver.
Yes, I spoke to this earlier in regards to the written testimony on page 17.
And then page 17, if we're going back there, that's just talking about the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program for the FEIR, correct?
Thank you for the clarifying question. I read this section earlier during this cross-examination.
So the citations I'm asking about, Dr. Diver, is you mentioned the MMRP in this section, correct? On lines 13 and 14?
Correct.
And then you cite to simply for the assertion that the water is used by 5.2 million people is to a DWR publication, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I think that's fair. We do have an answer on that.
There's no other citations that you've provided for in this paragraph 32, correct?
I believe the paragraph starts with the phrase, the Delta Conveyance Project Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program for the final EIR, which is the origin point for evaluating a wide range of mitigation measures proposed for the construction of the Delta Conveyance Project.
And in your experience, is there any published literature in the United States that outline recommendations or steps for resolution in the event that TEK and Western science are in conflict?
Thank you for the question. Can you provide a bit more clarification about the specific contexts you're asking about? And any scholarship whatsoever is a large range of possibilities.
Well, are you aware of any published literature in the United States that outlines recommendations or steps for resolution in the event that TEK and Western science are in conflict?
Oh, thank you for your question. I believe that there are many published papers that consider challenges with assumed integration between TEK and Western science. This is a widely recognized challenge where in the scholarly literature there is abundant recognition of knowledge hierarchies that hold Western science as being dominant to traditional ecological knowledge. And that is widely recognized as a problem when folks are trying to bring TEK and Western science together, particularly when the decision-making process does not provide ethical space that enables tribal communities to bring TEK into a decision-making process. So this is a widely recognized challenge. And I would clarify that the challenge is around identifying space such that there is full opportunity to recognize TEK as on its own terms as a important and meaningful knowledge system that can be brought in to decision making as a complement to Western scientific Western scientific evaluatory processes.
So, Dr. Diver, I hear you saying there's a lot of recognition that this conflict could exist between TEK and Western science, but you started off by saying there's a lot of publications, but I'm asking specifically about published literature that help guide for resolution when there's conflict between the two. Are you aware of anything in that category? Not that it exists, but how to resolve it.
I appreciate that question. I think what I'm wanting to emphasize in my response is that there are two kinds of conflict that might occur. One form of conflict is that in a decision-making space, TEK is not taken seriously. And is not brought in an equal partnership with Western science. And that is a conflict space around inequality of participation and inequitable engagement with multiple knowledge systems. And that happens a great deal. I believe that in this case, that is the primary challenge that we're discussing. And I believe the solution that people discuss in the literature is to intervene in the decision-making process to create equitable engagement across knowledge systems, and also to bring in additional resources that enable direct and equitable engagement with traditional ecological knowledge in full partnership with the full range of resources and representation that Western science gets in your average decision-making process.
Dr. Diver, what do you do when you have two data sources that are in conflict?
Objection vague.
Let's see. I think it is vague, Ms. Morris, but I also want to know the answer to the question. I'm interested.
I can try again.
Okay, thank you.
And then if I mess up, you can try. Let me try this way. I think I have to make some assumptions based on what you said. Assuming an ethical space which is not defined, but I'm taking your words, assuming an ethical space and a meaningful government-to-government consultation, if on a point there are, on one hand, Western science data that says one thing, and on the other hand, TEK data or TEK that says another thing, and they're in conflict, what do you do then?
Well, thank you for the question. I also appreciate the scenario of full representation of both knowledge systems and ethical space being present. I think it's actually quite easy to respond to that. It's the same process that we engage when we have multiple findings within a Western science scenario. We engage with difference through deliberative discussion, by understanding fully how knowledge and data is gathered and being interpreted. So in some ways, it is a process similar to engaging with difference in Western science. I would add that in the case of TEK, although I love the scenario of equitable engagement, we have a very long history of inequitable engagement and inequitable distribution of resources, which makes it more difficult for tribes to come in and fully represent TEK in a deliberative process with other knowledge holders that may be bringing in different kinds of information. They may also be bringing in complementary forms of information. And that is something that I think is quite important in this case, where we see complementary data around projected declines in salmon abundance and survival with water diversions in the Delta from our Western science models that evaluate salmon migration, survival levels, and also mortality. And I actually would suggest there's a lot of complementarities between Western science and traditional ecological knowledge in this evaluation process.
Thank you for your answer. I was asking about a hypothetical, not specifically about salmon. I want to ask you if you're aware of any EIRs post 2014 that address TEK in a separate chapter.
Introduction vague as to this project or any EIRs in existence?
Any EIRs post 2014.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question or how it relates to the testimony I'm providing.
I get to ask questions that are outside. Let me try again. Are you aware of any EIRs post 2014 that address TEK in a separate chapter?
No, also object to relevance.
Overruled. Please, Dr. Diver.
EIRs post 2014 that engage with TEK.
In a separate chapter.
In a separate chapter. Are you asking specific to the Delta Conveyance Project or any EIR in any location on any topic?
I'm aware that I'm aware what the Delta Conveyance Project EIR did. I'm asking you, Dr. Diver, in your experience as a scholar, are you aware of any EIRs post 2014 that address TEK in a separate chapter?
I'm going to jump again, vague to separate chapter.
Of an EIR.
I appreciate the question. You know, the documents that I engage with primarily in this context would be tribal restoration plans, which are and tribal adaptation plans, which quite frequently engage with TEK throughout their documentation. But I am not familiar with EIRs. It's very difficult for me to answer this question because I'm not yeah, I'm not certain. I'm not certain about that question.
Well, maybe Dr. Diver, I realize you can caveat your answer with maybe you don't review very many EIRs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any? But sitting here today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know.
In your testimony, in your oral testimony today, I did not see this in writing. You read some quotes. Can you show me, are they in your written testimony?
Oh, thank you. They are, the quotes that I read are in exhibit, let me check the number. Let's see. I believe they were pulled up at the end of my oral presentation. I believe it's exhibit 082, testimony by Professor Don Hankins in the water fix process.
Dr. Diver, do you know that the water fix was a different project?
Objection argument.
Overruled.
Are you aware? I didn't mean to be argumentative.
Yes, I'm aware that that was the process previous to the DCP.
And Professor Hankins isn't providing testimony in this proceeding, correct?
Correct. This is referencing testimony in the public record from the water fix evaluation. I will also add that the testimony is that this statement is also included in DTAC 070, which is a peer-reviewed paper from 2018 that has the same quotation. So if it's more useful to refer to the quotation from a peer-reviewed publication, that's also a useful source.
Were you simply citing to Professor Hankins' quote testimony from WaterFix for that quote? So that was the sole purpose?
Objection relevance.
Will you run the question again, Ms. Morris, please?
Was the sole purpose of citing to Professor Hankins' testimony from WaterFix for that quote that you read?
Thank you.
I'll allow it, please.
The purpose for including that quote is that it's, for me, it's a bridging statement because there are a number of papers that I cite in the testimony that speak to what is complementary about bringing traditional ecological knowledge into environmental decision-making and environmental policy-making. In my opinion, the quotation that Don Hankins provides, both in his paper and in his testimony, is the best bridging statement in terms of speaking to the generalities of what is gained by bringing traditional ecological knowledge into the decision-making process, bringing concepts of kinship and intergenerational responsibility into decision-making. And it is shared specifically in the context of the Delta process and the questions of what do we do with this larger challenge of water management in the Delta, and how do we bring environmental and cultural heritage into our decision making specifically for the Delta. And in my opinion, Dr. Hankins is is an excellent person to be making that generalizable scientific determination and specific policy determination as someone who is Plains Miwok and has ancestral homelands in the Delta and is a recognized cultural practitioner, fire steward, and basket weaver in his own right.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. My question was not about why you included the quote, but thank you for that answer. It was the only intent in citing to Dr. Hankins' testimony from WaterFix to include that quote? That was the question.
I object again to vague as to citing in what context in the testimony, the written testimony and the oral testimony that just happened? Confused.
It's
So
not.
let me try the question this way. Dr. Diver, in making did you intend to incorporate as a citation any other elements of the work in addition to the quote?
The generalizable knowledge that is conveyed through Don Hankins' paper about why traditional ecological knowledge is needed in water planning and stewardship, and the importance of self-determination of tribes in interpreting and representing themselves in the process is another element of this paper that led me to include it as an exhibit and a reference in my written testimony. Thank you.
So hearing Officer Kinsey, that was as to the paper, but not as to the water fix testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why did
You
you
asked
ask that
us the
one?
water fix testimony, but
I see. Thank you. That helps me interpret. The water fix testimony is also important to include in terms of, in my view, enabling additional tribal voices from impacted parties who are highly concerned from the larger set of tribes in the Sacramento River watershed that are concerned about this project.
But Dr. Hankins isn't appearing on behalf of those tribes or that tribal community in this hearing, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
We've been over that, Ms. Morris. Thank you.
In your earlier testimony, I believe you mentioned, and if I'm mischaracterizing, please let me know, that DWR did not follow best co-management practices for the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
Can you share more just provide a bit more clarification on what practices you're most concerned with?
Unfortunately, I can't because I couldn't find it in your written testimony. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I believe you said it orally, but I can't find it in your written testimony, so I can't ask particularities.
Objection, testifying.
Just
what is will you run the outstanding question again, Ms. Morris, please?
And I think I was asking in your statement, I believe in your oral testimony, you you stated the DWR did not follow best co-management practices for the Delta Conveyance project. Where can I find that in your written testimony?
Thank you very much. The written testimony focuses on laying out best practices in co-management, and I'm just give me 1 second and turning to that section of the written piece. One of the areas, yeah, excuse me just a minute. Let me find that. This is the rest of the testimony, and then here. Okay. Yes, I think the best sources would include the examples. Yes, so there's a number of places that I speak to in the written testimony around examples where co-management with tribes have occurred. These include the Columbia River Basin. And one of the important elements of working of tribal co-management of fisheries and water resources in the Columbia River context was achieved through establishing the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. So I speak specifically to this example as a best practice in co-management that is well established and has a long history. And one of the specific elements I bring in as an exemplar, and this is on page 30 of the written testimony, is the establish of an intertribal consortium through the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. This was a consortium that was is tasked with representing intertribal interests in fisheries management, science, and policy making negotiations with state and federal agencies. And it was formally founded as the technical coordinating agency that operates according to its own self-determining governance structures. And this is a gold standard for co-management where tribes have a formal designated space for making decisions and among themselves, and then bringing decisions to the table in decision-making processes with state and federal agencies. And it was, as I state in my testimony, an institution, a tribally led institution that received meaningful investment from science and policy partners that enable tribally led science and policy coordination. So that would be a gold standard example for tribal co-management. And in comparing the scenario here in the proposal to bring in the Delta Conveyance project to the Delta, we don't see that level of support for tribal participation. And
I'm not actually seeking an expansion on the importance of co-management, but rather where you included your opinion on the adequacy of DWR's application of co-management for the DCP. Where in your written testimony does it state such an opinion?
Objection misstates testimony, and asked and answered.
I'm wondering if we can cut through some of this. Dr. Diver, I understood in part of your response to Ms. Morris that the concept of co-management and an idea that DWR had failed to adequately implement a concept or consider a concept of co-management is throughout your testimony, and is it correct that you can't point to a single place that would be a statement of that opinion, but it's a basis of your overall opinion?
Thank you. That's correct. It's intended to be implied through the provision of best practices that can act as a point as counterpoint to what we're seeing here in the Delta Conveyance Project evaluation.
Dr. Diver,
go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Dr. Diver, is this the first time you reviewed an EIR?
Thank you for the question. I've reviewed EIR materials in a research capacity. I have not reviewed an EIR in the context of a public, as an expert testimony witness previously.
And is this the first time you're providing an opinion on the sufficiency of an EIR?
It is the first time I'm providing that.
Thank you. I think I'm going to move, if it's possible, and let us know, Ms. Thompson, if we need to take a quick second to switch. I think, going to ask Mr. Moore, and I'm going to call him Chairman Wallace until he tells me not to, because I believe it's once a chairman, always a chairman. Some questions.
Yeah, they're ready. They're ready to switch. Yes.
Thank you, please.
I think we're in the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore and Chairman Wallace. How are you today?
Very fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Mr. Moore, were you employed at the United Auburn Indian Community at the time of consultation as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, or TIPO?
The original, I believe we were starting off with informal consultations, which at that time I was not the TIPO. But we did definitely engage when I was TIPO directly.
And is it accurate that DWR did informal consultation prior to starting a formal consultation process for the Delta Conveyance project?
There were some informal consultations, yes, that were informational. That's how they were labeling it, as informational meetings.
And did you participate on behalf of the United Auburn Indian Community in the DCP consultation process?
Yes.
Did you at any point delegate on behalf of the United Auburn Indian community an authorized representative to engage in consultation with DWR?
Of course, but yeah, it's always with my consent, and most of the time I was present anyway.
So it's fair to say that you're familiar with the consultation process for the Delta Conveyance project, at least as it relates to the United Auburn Indian Community.
Correct.
Are you currently authorized to speak on behalf of the United Auburn Indian Community?
Currently, no, because I am, as TIPO, I was designated to speak on behalf. I can only speak as a tribal member individually.
And in your testimony, you state that the United Auburn Indian Community strongly advocated for the recommendation to DWR to determine the Sacramento-San Joaquin San Joaquin Delta as a tribal cultural landscape, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that DWR did make a determination that the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta was a tribal cultural landscape?
Yeah, but it took a lot of discussions and a lot of tribal input just to get it to that point. But it was a lot of effort put in by the tribes, us specifically.
And I understand it was a lot of effort. And I'm being cautious here, Mr. Moore, because I should state this, that DWR treats consultation information that's provided in consultation confidential, and it's the tribe's information. So I just want to say that if at any point I ask a question, I'm not intending to ask you for confidential information. So if you think that I am, that's not my intent. And please just let me know that you aren't able to share that. I just want to be clear about that. Thank you. Okay. I'm glad we have that understanding. Would you agree that tribal input was incorporated and considered into the decision that DWR made to determine the Delta as a tribal cultural landscape?
Can you say that again, please?
Would you agree that tribal input and TEK was incorporated and considered into DWR's determination to designate the Delta as a tribal cultural landscape?
Objection, compound, sorry, input and TK. Could you go one at a time, please?
Please, Ms. Morris.
How about TEK first?
And you're going to have to rephrase that again.
Would you agree that TEK was incorporated and was considered by DWR in making the determination that the Delta was a tribal cultural landscape?
Yeah, I think eventually, but not initially. It was something that we had to argue several times over to get them to even agree to the concept, because it seemed like it was at the time they were saying they wanted to work with the tribes, and for us to, I don't know, maybe I got to rephrase this. It's not cut and dry question here. I would agree to a point, but their intent was not to do so. And it was only, I think, out of just persistence and, proving our information to be correct. And divulging information we probably literally did not have to, but we did in the sake for, just to get that through. And eventually it did. So.
I'm going to break this down. I think these things kind of normally go together, but if I don't break it down, I will get an objection. So I will repeat the question 3 times with 3 different subjects here. Would you agree that DWR's determination of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta as a TCL included consideration of tribal cultural practices?
Yeah, yes.
And same question, would you agree that DWR's determination of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta as a TCL included information regarding tribal sacred sites?
If there are any sacred sites, that would be strictly confidential. So I don't know if I know in our case nothing like that was included.
Okay. And would you agree that DWR's determination of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta as a TCL included information regarding traditional tribal resource access?
There was discussions on access that it never came up, no access was ever gained out of it.
Mr. Moore, in your testimony, you referenced the California the CNRA Tribal Consultation Policy Toolkit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that the policy you referenced was developed after the FEIR for Delta Conveyance Project was certified?
I'm sorry, what? Say again?
I'm trying to break this down because it's kind of a multi-part. Are you aware that the CNRA Tribal Consultation Policy Toolkit you referenced was developed after the FEIR was certified for the Delta Conveyance Project?
I am aware.
And are you aware that the CNRA Tribal Consultation Policy Toolkit was only available to tribes for tribal comment from July to September of this year, and it was not publicly available until September?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that we weren't already following these guidelines prior. In fact, our tribe, while I was TIPO, we implemented a lot of new best policy practices through, with CEQA AB 52, and even NEPA. We did a presentation to the staff at the White House for best practices of Section 106. So we were probably implementing a lot of these things that you see now that have been implemented or finalized and approved recently were already being used by us. We were just breaking the ice, in other words, and trying to get agencies to understand this is the way we need to do things in order for it to be meaningful for anybody to get any positive results out of it. But
are you aware if any of the CNR policy toolkits, anything from the toolkit was used by DWR in consultation for the Delta Conveyance Project?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it was, we were told a lot of things that never came to be. So a lot of the things that we talk about in the toolkit were discussed and presented to them as options, but they never followed through on any of it.
And Mr. Moore, were you aware that the project design for the Delta Conveyance Project was modified based on tribal input during consultation and coordination with the tribes?
Objection as to time. Vague. Sorry, vague.
I just asked if he was aware if there were any changes.
Changes, but can you give a general time frame before, I don't know.
During the council staff, sometime before consultation ended.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to object again. Ms. Morris, is all of this information in the record already, or are you bringing in new information?
I'm asking him about his knowledge based on his statement that he participated in consultation with DWR for the Delta Conveyance project. I'm asking of his awareness.
And I think at this point you may need to restate the question, but thank you.
That's fair. Were you aware that the project design for the Delta Conveyance project was modified based on tribal input during consultation?
I am aware of the changes that were made, only, and you're right, it was through tribal consultation, but it was never tribes in support of the changes. I mean, it was a lesser of all evils, clearly, but that doesn't mean that we're on board with those changes completely. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's a interesting question.
And yeah, and Mr. Moore, that's fair. I wasn't trying to imply that that there was any support for the project, but would you agree that even if a tribe doesn't support a project, it could still consult?
Well, you have to.
And are you aware that DWR is in coordination ongoing with tribes to continue to gather information that could add to future opportunities to redesign the project?
Objection. I'm sorry. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
I think that is a fair objection. Ms. Morris, is there somewhere you can point to?
Sure, I can. Do you have you read what's been marked as DWR 1107R? And we can pull that up, Ms. Mullen.
Please, Ms. Mullen, then we'll know what it is.
Thank you. And I will represent to you that this has been submitted by DWR at the request of the hearing officer. It is DWR's proposed permit terms. Have you read this document, Mr. Moore?
When was this document put out?
It's been part of the hearing record since I think it was submitted on January 20th, and this revised version, I can't remember, but it's been part of this hearing record.
I have not seen this because I have just recently gotten involved in this, and I have not been in the capacity where I'd be able to read this anyway.
So I have some questions about the permit terms that proposed that I was asking about, but are you saying well, I'll pull it up and ask you, and if you don't want to answer questions, I suppose you don't have to. Let's look at page 10.
What did you mean by want to? Are you referring to a confidentiality issue, or you mean a knowledge, like his awareness of the
His
issue?
awareness.
I see.
Yeah.
If you don't know, Mr. Moore, please feel free to say, I don't know.
If we could go to page 10. I'm sorry, probably 9, so we could roll into page 10. And if we could go probably to the top of this permit term, which is marked as 33. Mr. Moore, do you see that this is avoidance of impacts on tribal cultural resources?
I see that.
Objection. Objection. I'm sorry. The witness already said that he's not familiar with this document.
Understood. And I'm giving Ms. Morris a little leeway to see where she goes with this. I mean, if you're using it as a basis, so please go ahead.
If we could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Can you read the first sentence to yourself where it says based on tribal consultation and input from the engineering design team?
Yeah, I think all this came about after my time as TIPO, so I'm not up to date.
Objection. Sorry, there's no question pending.
Mr. Moore, is it fair to say that you aren't familiar with these mitigation measures and that you wouldn't be able to answer questions or to provide any input on what they say?
Correct. I'm not familiar because this was not something I would have seen.
Okay, I'll move on then. And the Chairman Wallace, I have a couple questions for you. Oh, sorry, and I should ask before I go, Mr. Moore, did you review the mitigation measures in the EIR?
Yeah, it's been quite some time.
Okay. Chairman Wallace, thank you again for being here today. I had a question for you about what capacity you are providing your testimony today.
Providing my testimony as capacity as the CEO of the Indigenous Future Society and in partnership with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians is one of our organizational partners. Unofficially, I mean, and also I have a familiar kind of a relationship with members of the tribe here too. So kind of have extended family members here. So I feel in a way part of the community.
And to be clear, Chairman Wallace, you're not authorized to speak on behalf of any recognized tribe in the state of California today, correct?
No.
Did you participate in any of the DCP tribal consultation process?
No.
Have you ever?
Oh, can I take that back? I'm not sure. Was this process going on in April? I did try to participate in a public hearing, but I had technical problems with the Zoom thing like we're having today. But I did try, but I have not in recent times.
Okay, my question was about tribal consultation with DWR, not about the change petition process, which I think you might have been referring to in April.
I think so. That I would just it's what I was meant to say, but no.
Okay. Have you ever done a consultation for any project with the Department of Water Resources?
Objection vague as to done a consultation.
Ms. Morris, do you mean maybe you can be specific?
Have you ever participated in a tribal consultation process with the Department of Water Resources?
I did in my experience with the Leviathan mine restoration efforts, where DWR was one of the parties that we worked with, and the role of the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board, and and their ownership of the mine facility some time ago.
And that process with maybe I'm saying this wrong, so you can correct me. Leviathan, that revolved around ecological restoration projects, correct?
Indeed, and also dealing with the liability of ongoing acid mine drainage that was impacting tribal lands and private properties and other public assets in the area.
And the experience that you also mentioned in your direct testimony with Lake Tahoe, that was also around ecological restoration projects, correct?
And water quality, and water rights, and actually cultural rights. So and the issue of dispossession and actually repatriation as well.
And Chairman Wallace, are you familiar with the commitment DWR has made to do something very similar to Leviathan and Tahoe for the DCP regarding the ecological restoration efforts?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence. Could you specify which commitment?
Yep, it's the mitigation measure TCR1D that is documented in DWR 1101 permit term 37.
Could we maybe pull that up?
Before we pull that up, Chairman Wallace, have you read DWR 1101R that we just discussed with Mr. Moore? We pulled it up.
Yeah, you pull what Mr. Moore was looking at?
Permit terms.
No, I don't think I've seen that before. I would have no access like Mr. Moore, no reason to have to look at it.
Did you review the FEIR mitigation measures for the Delta Conveyance project?
I did semi thoroughly. I didn't memorize it, but I did review it.
Um,
And I'm not an environmental engineer, so I'm reviewing it from a political perspective, is how I look at the world.
Chairman Wallace, regarding the examples of centering Indigenous presence that you cited in your direct oral presentation regarding Washoe ancestral lands, would you agree that many of those cited examples were achieved over a period of time that required tribes to be willing participants in the consultation process?
I think they were achieved over a period of time where the tribe was the only willing participant in any of these actions and had to bring the other entities in to begin to even recognize the tribe's agency in the subject matter that was before us. And so they were pretty much, it was processes that we started ourselves and then had to bring the other parties in to join us. The Tahoe experience was similar. We involved ourselves with the proponents of setting up this presidential forum, and we were able to get involved with the principals to center the tribe's return, and the imperative to return cultural knowledge back in the Tahoe Basin around the issues of water quality and environmental restoration. It even led to codifying, some goals and agreements on restoration and actually economic development issues and some other matters about capacity building within the basin. And I remember signing these specific covenants and agreements with the principals of the two states on the decks of the MS Dixie one morning. So.
In your testimony, you mentioned the best practice for TEK and specifically to the importance of recognizing tribes as indigenous sovereigns. Given that statement, would you agree that consultation is confidential?
Objection, sorry, Vegas to oral or written testimony. And if it's written, could we just pull it up to have it in front of us?
It was oral. He said it this morning.
Can you repeat that? Did I say that consultation was essential?
You mentioned a best practice of TEK. In particular, you were citing to the importance of recognizing tribes as indigenous sovereigns.
Yes.
And given that statement, would you agree that consultation is confidential?
No, I don't agree that it's confidential. And some of it has to be transparent. And actually, that's the whole idea of, collaborative efforts, and that are rooted in accountability and transparency, is to be open about these efforts, and most particularly to be able to share, potential opposing knowledge systems of information. They have to be put on the table. I can continue, but I mean, that's just my quick answer.
Mr. Moore.
Not all of them have to be, there may be issues of cultural sensitivity that may be discussed that may be confidential, but in terms of general application, no, they're not intended to be confidential conversations, in my understanding.
And Mr. Moore, would you agree that consultation is confidential? Oh,
Objection asked and answered.
I'm sorry, the witness is on mute.
Oh,
Sorry, objection asked and answered.
I'm going to allow the question again just to get to clarification. Please, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, I mean, again, there are certain aspects of consultation that should be confidential, specifically certain data, locations, there's, just a lot of sacred aspects to certain things that we like to protect, due to the fact that the non-native communities like to exploit these things.
And Mr. Moore, in regards to Chairman Wallace's statement about transparency, would you agree that the understanding is that the tribes who own the confidential information dictate when that information can be publicly shared?
Objection vague as to whose understanding?
Did you understand the question, Mr. Moore?
Not anymore.
I'll restate it. Would you agree in regards to the transparency regarding consultations that Chairman Wallace was just discussing, that requires an understanding between the two entities, the government to government entity, that the tribes as the governmental entity dictate what is confidential in regards to what can be publicly shared?
Yeah, it's up to each individual tribe as to what information they wish to share publicly, and also what information that they would like to share that should be held confidential between the two parties. And that takes a significant amount of trust. So that itself takes time and relationship building to get there. So, and again, that part was never really there.
Thank you. And I apologize because this is to Chairman Wallace. I couldn't find in your written testimony, I'm not saying it's not there, but this morning you made a finding or a statement and you said it was based on the record. And my question to you was, what record were you referring to?
With regards, if it's in the context of consultation, I'm relying on the record of the witnesses that I'm sharing today with, and then some of the record that was submitted prior to today's hearing. Yeah.
So the public record, is that a fair?
I'm sorry, objection. Can we just clarify which oral testimony you're referring to?
Chairman Wallace's oral testimony, and because I can't find it in the writing, I can't direct you to it. I just wrote it down when he said it this morning.
It sounds like Chairman Wallace, you recall making a reference to the record in your oral testimony this morning.
Yeah, I do. And if I do, if you recall the reference to my reference, it would be to the other evidence that's already submitted. It's part of the record, the public record of this hearing, I guess, is what you're asking me, what's available.
And when did you reference portions of that record to draw your opinions in this matter?
Well, you're asking me in my oral this morning.
What do you, that was a vague question, Ms. Morris. What do you mean?
I'm trying to understand when he reviewed the record, because again, he doesn't reference the record in his testimony, but he said it this morning. So I'm trying to understand at what time.
I mean, some time ago, and the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok, filed their test, their whatever the technical legal term is. I reviewed, that record. I've also had the chance to, in reviewing the record and my co-report authoring with Mr. Moore, rely on his testimony, and then also I've been able to look at the testimony of the other witnesses that are joining us today. That's what I rely on.
Okay, thank you. And I did have a question about the testimony, and whoever is the most appropriate to answer is it co-opinions in this testimony? Because it's unclear to me who wrote which sections.
We co-authored this report.
So is it fair to say that they're shared opinions since it was co-authored?
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yep.
And Chairman Wallace, this morning you mentioned a lack of co-authorship with the tribes regarding the Delta Conveyance project. Do you recall that statement?
I do.
Are you aware that all 13 consulting tribes were given the opportunity to review the administrative draft version of Chapter 32 prior to it being published?
I'm not exactly aware of that, but what I was referring to is were they allowed to actually draft and engage early on in the analysis and creating the frameworks that were going to be used to investigate these issues, and that's what I was referring to. were they engaged as authors in any, the report? And other than after the fact, circumstantial witnesses that had, there was a brief window to have a compact, for so-called consultation. To me, it's ongoing and enduring. I mean, it's the relationship between, it's a, statecraft. It's government to government. There is no deadline. There is no, one day, 10, it's perpetual. And in a way, it's about relationships between states and governments and political entities. So there is really no term to it, in that way. I'm sorry if I'm being vague, or I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just
But would you
trying to
agree
respond.
that the consultation under AB 52 has a start time in order to obtain information that
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
if you know, I asked if you're aware.
Well, maybe let's phrase it. I think you can ask Ms. Morris about his understanding of the start time or the end time.
I don't think I can because Mr. Wallace, or Chairman Wallace, sorry, excuse me, you didn't participate in the consultation for the Delta Conveyance Project, correct?
Not directly, no.
And Mr. Moore, you said that you did participate in the consultation process. Are you aware of that it had to be that certain information had to be completed in order to be put into the final environmental impact report?
Objection vague as to certain information.
It's confidential.
Well, Ms. Morris, what was the question?
During the consultation process, Mr. Moore, that you participated in for the Delta Conveyance Project, were you aware that information regarding the consultation had to be completed prior to the draft EIR coming out in order for it to be considered in the EIR?
Objection vague. I'm sorry, I don't understand what information needing to be completed means.
Consultation.
Can you I know it's hard to do on the fly, but can you shorten this question? That there has to be a more direct way.
Mr. Moore, are you aware if AB 52 consultation has to be completed prior to an environmental impact report being finalized?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Just based on your understanding, not based on the legal standard, but just, in your experience.
Well, I was never aware that AB 52 was ever really over prior to any final anything.
I didn't say AB 52 was over. I said in order for AB 52 consultation, information such as identification of tribal cultural resources and tribal concerns about impacts, for them to be considered in an EIR, wouldn't that information from the consultation process have to occur prior to the EIR being completed?
Objection, counsel is testifying.
It's the question.
It's overruled. I mean, it's a straightforward, you're asking a strictly temporal question of does one have to have information in advance of finalizing a document for the information to have been considered in the document? Is that essentially what you're asking, Ms. Morris?
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know if it's perfect. So just that limited question, Mr. Moore.
Repeat that again.
Yeah, there does have to be information included prior to the finalization during the draft, which we did. They just never put it in, and we multiple times.
Mr. Moore, you stated that during the cross-exam that building trust and consultation takes time, correct?
Of course.
And the DWR didn't put that time in, correct?
Not to our expectations, no.
Are you aware that DWR had more than 25 consultation meetings with the United Auburn Indian community?
Perfectly aware.
And are you aware that DWR has continued to hold these meetings with the same tribe since the certification of the EIR?
How could I be aware? I don't work there anymore, so I'm assuming they would be. I hope so.
think I thank you very much for your time. I don't think I have any more questions. I'll look back through. I just remembered I made a note earlier this morning when I was talking to Dr. Diver that we were going to pull up a document.
One of the chapters, I forget whether it's 9 or 12. I think there was some dispute about whether or not it was explicitly cultural resources chapter or archaeological chapter.
Yeah, chapter 19. I'll come back to that in a
19.
second because I still have questions for Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Mulcahy. So I will circle back to that before we end.
Thank you.
Let's see. So, Dr. Sarmento.
1 second, please, while we set up our audio.
Oh, I guess if Dr. Diver's there, I believe it is marked, chapter 19 is AHO 1157. Dr. Diver, are you there? And Miss Mullen, could we please pull up AHO 1157?
You're going to press it below.
Dr. Diver? Oh, there you are. Do you see that this is what's been marked as AHO 1157, that chapter 19 is in fact the cultural resources chapter?
Yes, I see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any further questions on this. Thank you, Miss Mullen. You can pull this down. Okay. I almost forgot to do that.
And there we go.
I'm just waiting for Dr. Sarmento.
Dr. Sarmento, yes.
There we go.
I will rename our
We can also do it on our end, I think.
Perfect.
Thank you.
That would be helpful.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, Dr. Sarmento.
Yep. Good afternoon.
How are you?
So far, so good.
Dr. Sarmento, did you participate in consultation for the Delta Conveyance project on behalf of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
I did. Myself plus the team here at Shingle Springs.
And Dr. Sarmento, would it be okay if from here on out I referred to the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians simply as Shingle Springs?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
And in what capacity did you participate in the DCP consultations?
So, as part of, I'm the executive director for the Cultural Resources Division. So the DCP project falls both within our traditional ecological knowledge program as well as our site protection program.
And were you, and you said earlier that several members of the team did. Who was the team?
So it's myself, there's Vice Chair Tayaba, who is the director of the TEK program, Crystal Moreno, who is the program manager for the TEK program. We have Kara Perry, who is now the director of the site protection department. I think there was, we also had Daniel Fonseca, who was a tribal historic preservation officer at the time, who's no longer with the tribe.
Okay. And I asked about your capacity, and I maybe should have been more clear, and thank you for your answer, but you were in an official capacity on behalf of Shingle Springs in those consultations. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And were you aware that Shingle Springs participated in 9 consultation meetings with the Department of Water Resources?
Yes.
And in your role during the consultations, were you included on all the communications with Shingle Springs?
I think I was included with most of the correspondence. I know that there was some correspondence between different individuals with the tribal advisor there. So I don't know if I want to call them sidebars, but I know that there were other conversations that were happening around, but I'm aware of them.
So in general, you're familiar with most of the conversations or communications with the Department of Water Resources?
Yes, correct.
Would it surprise you to know that there are potentially over 800 communications from DWR to Shingle Springs regarding the Delta Conveyance project?
Nope, it doesn't surprise me at all.
And were you aware that other tribes chose to consult with DWR for the preservation of resources, even though they do not support the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
I can pull up the chapter that has the 13 consultations if we need to, but I think they've already testified, some of these groups, that there's been consultations.
It sounds like we need to, based on the objection. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Sarmento, are you aware that other tribes consulted with DWR on this project?
I am aware of that, yes.
And are you aware that the consultation with other tribes led to the determination that the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta would be determined to be a tribal cultural landscape?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And would you agree that tribal ecological knowledge, or TEK, is fundamental to making a determination of a tribal cultural landscape?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
And just, I guess out of abundance of caution, if we could pull up AHO 1200, Ms. Mullen, please. And did Dr. Sarmento, did you review chapter 32 of the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
I did, and I seem to remember that that we had provided comment back to DWR that, like in terms of the tribal cultural resources and tribal cultural landscape, that they were two separate chapters, and that there was some disconnects between between all that information.
And if Ms. Mullen, could we go to PDF page 43? I'm going to try to pull this up too so that I can make sure I'm in the right spot. Dr. Sarmento, are you aware that the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter did acknowledge potential spiritual and ceremonial impacts from operations?
I am aware of it.
And if we could pull up DWR 1101R. And I don't know, Dr. Sarmento, did you see the beginning of this document that we've been discussing, the DWR's proposed permit terms?
I mean, I've seen the document today. I don't feel like I've had like a lot of experience with this particular document. Again, I would go to the note that we've received lots of correspondences on this particular project, and we have repeatedly told DWR that we have capacity issues, and if they like, again, so I'm certainly may not have seen this one at the time that it was produced.
Okay, so if we could go to page 9. I mean, I will just ask you, have you reviewed permit terms 33 through 37 of this document? At 38, sorry.
I mean, if I had reviewed it in the past, maybe, but I don't feel like I can say yes to that.
Okay. Would you agree that the Delta Conveyance Authority's stakeholder engagement committee was prior to the development of the CEQA document?
Yes, that's correct. I guess.
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
He already answered the question. Are you aware that DWR advocated to the DCA to include 2 tribal representatives on the stakeholder engagement committee?
Yes.
And would you agree that DWR also advocated for the Tribal Engagement Committee, or what you were commonly referring to as the TEC?
Yes.
And are you aware that DWR provided experts and presentation upon request from the TEC to help communicate information that was shared at the Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
I think this is fair, Ms. Morris. We need, I don't know if you can pin us down in the documentation.
Well, I can ask Dr. Sarmento, are you aware that members of the Shingle Springs team were coordinating the TEC?
Yes, I was. I know that one of the concerns we had was in terms of tribal participation throughout that entire experience.
And in your understanding, who was coordinating the TEC meetings?
So a lot of Shingle Springs assisted in coordinating that, and we worked with DWR to make sure that happened.
And in your working with DWR, were you requesting certain information be provided to the TEC?
Objection vague as to certain information.
About the project?
Please, Dr. Sarmento.
Yes.
And is this, if we look at, I think you state this in your testimony, if it's helpful, on page 15, line 19. I think I was calling you Mr. Sarmento, and I'm so sorry. I did not mean to lapse into that, Dr. Sarmento. My apologies. If we could pull up your testimony, sorry, Ms. Mullen, I believe it's DTech 58. And I think if we could go to page 15, sorry, and lines 21. And is this accurate that that Vice Chair Tayoba was supporting the SEC process?
Objection, speculation.
With respect to what part of the question?
I'm sorry, we can strike that.
Okay, thank you. Please, Dr. Sarmento.
She participated in the SEC, yes.
And would you agree that DWR conducted a separate consultation process from the DCE Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
What process are you referring to, Ms. Morris?
Well, Dr. Sarmento, you testified that you were engaged in the consultation process with DWR for the Delta Conveyance project, right?
Yes.
And that was a separate process from the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that was also a separate process from the TEC, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that comments and questions that arose during the Tribal Engagement Committee or TEC meetings were noted by DWR and followed up on during government-to-government consultation process?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
I think that's a fair objection. I think I'm trying to think of a better way for you to phrase it. Are you aware? I can understand why you're trying to elicit the information.
Do you know? I mean, my issue is that I am limited in what I can say because DWR does not hold the privilege, and so I can't raise specific examples. So I'm left to generalizations.
How about this, Ms. Morris? I think you could say, is it your understanding that? Are you aware suggests that the facts are in fact true. I think you can infer it with understanding.
That comments and questions that arose during Tribal Engagement Committee meetings were noted by DWR and followed up on during government-to-government consultation?
Yes.
And were you aware, or do you have knowledge that DWR committed to incorporate TEK into mitigation planning?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
It's just your understanding, Dr. Sarmento, so we're not, if you have an understanding.
Yeah. I think the hope was that it would incorporate TEK more pervasively than it did.
But it's your understanding that it did incorporate TEK to some extent.
Yes.
And in your testimony, you raised concerns about HABs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Objection vague.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
In what general areas geographically are you concerned about HABs impacting Shingle Springs? To the extent that you can share. I'm not asking you to divulge confidential information.
So I would be concerned about HABs in areas that are potential spaces that tribal members could be gathering plant or animal materials.
And I was asking geographically if you're able to identify those areas.
I am sorry, it's confidential.
Okay. Have you reviewed the operations plan for the Delta Conveyance project?
I don't believe that I have.
Is it do you have any understanding of the Delta Conveyance project and how it may or may not change upstream reservoir operations?
Objection vague.
I'll allow the question to the extent you have any knowledge or understanding, Dr. Sarmento.
Since I'm not a water expert or any of these other kinds of things, I mean, I'm cultural resources expert. So I like in terms of that, I mean, I understand that there would be impacts directly to potentially to plants, animals, and fish that would directly impact the lives of the tribal members here at Shingle Springs.
Do you have any understanding that DWR is well, let me ask it this way. Do you know where the points of diversion for the Delta Conveyance project are located?
You mean would be located?
Would be located.
Yeah.
Proposed to be located.
Thank you.
So yes, I am aware of those points.
And what is your understanding of those points?
That a lot of them potentially either through the and doing a lot of work, my understanding is that there would be potential harms to could be harms to archaeological resources and other topside resources that would.
I'm sorry, Dr. Sarmento, I just wanted to pause there. Ms. Morris, did you mean to ask Dr. Sarmento, can he identify the location of the proposed points of diversion?
Yeah, I'm trying to use language because I don't put things in the record, and he said he was aware of the general location. I'm trying to put some words so that we can talk about.
I think there was maybe a misunderstanding here. So I think Dr. Sarmento, Ms. Morris's question is whether you can identify generally the location of the proposed new points of diversion for the Delta Conveyance project.
No, yes, I can generally, yes.
And where is that?
I mean, so with Bethany is I mean, further down near Hood.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can we just agree near Hood, there are two potential intakes? Does that work for you, Dr. Sarmento?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if those proposed intake locations near Hood are tidally impacted?
I am not aware.
And do you have any understanding or awareness of the proposed water level changes and where they would occur from the Delta Conveyance project?
I do not.
And if we could go to page 11. I'm actually wrong. It's page 15. I was looking at the wrong paragraph. I wanted to look at paragraph 37 and 38. Do you see in your, do you want us to make it a little bigger, Dr. Sarmento, so we can zoom
That
in?
would be great.
Yeah. Is that, yeah, we'll start with, yeah, that works. I think that works perfect. Can you see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So my question is that you reference water quality monitoring and detections, but do you have the data to support those statements that you make about detections of water contamination?
Objection lacks foundation. Could we get a specific line number, please?
8, 9, 10?
I mean, in this specific context, it's in regards to the areas in and around Wallach and near Verona.
Thank you for the areas. My question was more about the data to support the statements about the detections. Is that part of your testimony anywhere?
Do I have the data points? Is that what you're asking?
Were the data points included in your testimony?
No.
But those data points were collected prior to July of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I could get some direction from you.
Yes.
There was, during the site tour, there were discussion of these data points by someone who was not identified as a speaker on the list. And you asked for a graph to be presented. So I want to, I'm not sure how to proceed.
So,
Objection, or sorry, if I may add, we were planning on uploading those exhibits after tomorrow's site visit. So that's okay.
Thank you. So I'm thinking through how we can do this. So Ms. Morris, do I understand you want to ask Dr. Sarmento questions about the graph? Is that right?
I'd like to ask Ms.
You'd like to see the graph and then maybe ask questions about it?
Well, and I think it would be most appropriate to ask them to the individual who collected them and for information about how the samples were taken, how they were processed by a lab, which lab they were processed, basically the chain of custody for that information.
Understood.
As well as the sample sites specifically. I mean, there's a lot of data that we would want to see to understand. And again, I didn't see the chart. I just saw it. I couldn't see.
Right, closely. Yes, so I think this falls into the category of a request to cross-examine one of the witnesses who testified during the site visit, which I did say would be allowed. We had reserved I believe it was November 17th. I may have to go back and look at the transcript, but I believe we talked about November 17th as a date to reserve for calling those witnesses. And given that we don't have the chart here, yes, November 17th. So I think it makes sense to make that if the gentleman is available, whose name I don't have in front of me, although I did write it down, I just don't have the piece of paper in front of me. On the 17th, that would be the time to ask those types of questions. Now, if you want to ask Dr. Sarmento questions about that, we will need to come up with another plan.
Well, Dr. Sarmento also spoke yesterday, so I was thinking
Yes.
that we would have the opportunity to
To
look
have
at.
both of them together. I think that makes
Okay.
that likely makes sense. I'm sure we need to check availability, but that was the intent, was November 17th would be the day for that.
And maybe I could ask Dr. Sarmento, and I apologize, I tried to write notes, but I believe the gentleman's name was Zach, but I did not remember his full name. Could you tell me the full name of Dr. Sarmento?
Sure. It's Zach Gigon, Gigone.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And thank you for spelling it. The court reporter thanks you too. Okay. I have a couple more I have some more questions, and then I have a bunch for Mr. Mulcahy. So let me continue.
I think, and on this, so I would ask for if there's an objection or any concern. I think the plan right now is that we would see Mr. Gigon on November 17th, that we will be expecting to see the exhibit that he generally showed during the site visit, and then that Dr. Sarmento would also be available if there are questions related to comments on the site visit, and that chart.
Yes, that's just to speak for DTEC. This is Naji. Or Ms. Thompson. That's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
Morris, I know you're kind of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I think we'd have to double check availability, but yes.
Thank you. And I think maybe this is also a good time, because I anticipate, Ms. Morris, it's not on you. Looks like we won't be completing this panel of witnesses today, which means that we will have overflow. And my next question is, does it make sense to turn to, because, excuse me while I pull up my schedule. I know we have a big day on Monday as well. We have a number of witnesses from Sac Sewer. We don't yet have an estimate of cross-exam. DWR has said we will see that, but we don't have it yet. And we're going to have overflow from this panel. So I guess I'm looking for input on whether we turn back to these witnesses on the morning of October 20th, or whether we defer that until another time.
My preference is to move forward with finishing these witnesses. Well, it's somewhat fresh in my mind, given that there's a lot of notes. So I would prefer to finish these witnesses on Monday. And then I did want to ask DTEC to also confirm that the other witnesses that provided testimony yesterday will be available on 11/17 as well.
And I understand you have to check with, you have to make that confirmation, but please do.
Yeah, we will need to confirm with our witnesses, and ask about their availability, but we will get back. We also, as DTEC, have some redirect questions.
Thank you. And I thought you might, and I have some questions, I think, as well. What I'm thinking of is the attorney, I don't know if it's Ms. Meserve or the SOMAC firm, if we have an attorney for Sac Sewer, to give us a sense of limitations on the availability of those witnesses on the following hearing day. If we end up in a cascade, how much of a problem will we create for ourselves? Are the Sac Sewer witnesses available on October 23rd?
I'm
Is
not
my
seeing
question.
from the SOMAC firm on the line.
Yeah, I don't see anyone on the line. So let's if hopefully someone is listening. I assume they are. So if you can get online before 5 p.m. and we can get some information on that, I think that would be helpful, so we can set expectations. I would prefer to continue in order. My only concern is creating this kind of cascade problem if the Sac Sewer witnesses are not available on the 23rd. At some point, we're going to have to go out of order. Ms. Morris, please.
I just pulled up the sheet and it looks like there was holdover to finish Sac Sewer on October 28th for Lundy and Paulson, if necessary. So we can commit to holding for Lundy and Paulson till that time frame. No problem.
That might make sense. So would that work with looking to the DTEC attorneys that we would bring this panel back on Monday and start there?
Sorry, excuse me, hearing officer Kenzie. On Monday, one of our witnesses, Mr. Mulcahy, is only available in the morning. So we do have some constraints for his timing.
I think we can get through it certainly in the morning. So, but I understood. Thank you for that.
And we will need to confirm with Mr. Moore as well.
Thank you.
Chairman Wallace would be free and Dr. Diver as well.
Thank you.
As would be Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Zach. We will confirm once we know about Mr. Moore.
Well, we'll have that plan. I will expect the panel, at least all of those who are available on the morning of the 20th. If anyone is unavailable, we may have to work that out, but we will plan for that to finish. Thank you. Are there other procedural things? I think you can get, yes, Ms. Morris.
I understand that this is preliminary, but I have two questions for DTEC since they're here. One, if there's any estimate on redirect at this point, obviously we're not done, so it is.
I think we'll have to wait until cross-examinations are done.
Okay. And then secondly, is there any estimate from DTEC on the October 28th witnesses that you plan to call from DWR in terms of the direct? I mean, since we don't have anything in writing, I'm curious of the time frame to plan for that DTEC testimony.
It seems it's early, but if you would please submit that in advance, and you're looking, Ms. Morris, in terms of just scheduling, is that the?
Yeah, I plan to cross-examine based on, but since I have no idea what this direct testimony is going to elicit, I don't have a time frame.
We are thinking likely 1 hour and a half, although we need to verify and we will send this in writing once we know for certain.
Thank you. I think here's what I suggest, Ms. Morris, since we've now broken this up and we've lost our flow that we're nearing the end. What I will say is I think I'm going to have questions, and I want to be transparent about what I'm been thinking about quite a bit today. I've been thinking about the role, and to some extent, this may or may not be, I'm also thinking about the extent that this is relevant to this proceeding, but I've been thinking about the role of traditional ecological knowledge in our proceedings here at the Administrative Hearings Office, and our evidentiary standards and how those things work. Now, I'm not going to get into, I certainly am not going to ask the witnesses questions about that requires legal opinion. That wouldn't be appropriate. But I just wanted to give a sense of where I'm going. And possibly some questions about whether the testimony that's being offered in this proceeding incorporates traditional ecological knowledge. I won't opine about whether or not I think it does, but I thought I would ask the witnesses about that. And then some questions about what traditional ecological knowledge is and how to recognize it as a hearing officer who's making evidentiary rulings and deciding what is in and out of the record, and the weight which to afford certain types of evidence and testimony. So those are some of the overarching issues. I don't want to, I realize those are very deep questions and you could write a law review article about it. So I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too much, but those issues have been in my mind today.
Hearing officer Kenzie, we received confirmation that Mr. Moore will be available on Monday morning as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there other issues we should address before we adjourn for today? We have an early morning tomorrow.
We were wondering if Ms. Morris, do you have an estimate on your remaining cross-examination time, as you had said an hour and a half, and I think we are well over.
Yes, I can't control the pace at which questions get answered, but I anticipate probably 15 minutes for Dr. Sarmento and probably 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes for Mr. Mulcahy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else that we need to address before we break? Please, Ms. Morris.
Just trying to schedule that technical discussion between the modelers. Can we choose a date to get that so we can make sure that we have the right people here? And also just given the amount of time that it takes to do those model runs and the number of them, I know we're going to send you a letter, but it might make sense to have that conversation as soon as possible, regardless of what happens.
I think that I agree with you. And the answer, unfortunately, is no, I can't pick one right now because I need to consult with the appropriate people. I will try to do that as soon as possible in the background so we can, and maybe this, what I can do is, to the extent I can get a proposed date, I will circulate it on Friday. And then you could respond possibly and say, yes, that works. No, it doesn't. Something to that effect would be one of our existing hearing days. So in theory, all of us, the rest of us should be available. I just need to pin down the appropriate staff are available.
Okay, great. Thank you. We appreciate
you.
that.
I appreciate your attention to that too. All right, then with that, we are adjourned. I will see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.